Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Sunday of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store here in Bolton Arena. If you joined us yesterday, you would have seen the action from the Challenger Series and the Masters Series, but today we bring the highlight teams, 8 teams making up the Premier Division of our league, and as you can see, they are lined up for the inaugural photo for the season. We have 2 fixtures on our show court for you today. So we'll get a chance to see 4 of these teams, half the teams in action, but you are guaranteed some really high quality pickleball, as you'd come to expect. There are some new players making up the rosters this year as well, so if you've joined for previous seasons, there are plenty of new and emerging talents to keep an eye on, as well as some of the experienced players that we've been used to seeing, and as well some players that have joined us back from the States. So a lot of great pickleball on store for us today. But as the players make their way away from the photograph, we'll be seeing the warm-up shortly. So our first match for you today will be on show court, North London Storm versus Project X. Project X is one of the new teams this season, whereas North London Storm have been a staple of the Pickleball Premier League. So Project X, the forming of Sam Basford and Karen Crawford, a powerhouse coaching team and one of the hot ones to watch this season. And North London Storm have been a staple here and a very successful team in previous seasons, but I'm joined by a league organiser and tournament director, Sam Anderson. Good morning, Sam. So we've had the Challenger Series yesterday. Yes. It's a hard-fought day.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, Sam.
Yes, my legs know that we had the Challenger Series yesterday.
Indeed. So we had a lot of new players seen in the Challenger Division, but some that have played last season have made it up to the Premier League this year. What are we looking to see from the teams on show court today?
I think we're seeing year on year, we saw it in the Challenger Division, we saw it in the Masters Division, and we will see it now in the Premier Division, is the standard increasing year on year. Longer rallies, more exciting rallies, more traditionally correct pickleball, which then leads to more excitement and longer rallies, which is what we all love.
Lots of players playing in the Premier League for the first time this season as well, so as well as experienced players that are just building on their experience they've had in previous seasons, that's going to bring new excitement, new dynamics to the play, do you think?
Definitely. It's the new combinations as well. The beauty of what we see in this format is because you've got players on your team, if say you're one of the more experienced or the more, let's say, the more professional players, and you've got some semi-pros on your team, you're then heavily incentivized to sort of coach them up throughout the year and find how to improve their strengths or weaknesses. And we see just this symbiotic relationship of helping the rest of your team improve, as well as finding which combo works with who's better at mixed doubles with who, and really working out how to optimize the output of your team.
Absolutely, and those experienced players are going to obviously bring some guidance, but the energy of this next generation of pickleball that's coming up, a lot of them played in the Challenger last season, and by half the season through, it was very clear that they were above the level they were playing at there.
Yes.
How do you think they'll cope stepping up to this, suddenly very critically tough level?
It's we see the increase in pressure. Sometimes you might see the odd shaky start, but we have seen with some of them acting as substitutes last year, we've seen that they can find that level very quickly. You might just see the odd shaky start from some of the younger or newer players, but with supportive teammates, a supportive coach on the sidelines, plus their talent and their drive to succeed, like they'll get there very quickly. And when I say very quickly, I mean within 6 rallies often.
Yeah, I mean, as we see warming up here, we've got James Lofthouse, who played the Premier last season, but Harry Hamilton came up from the Challenger. Only he was a strong player in the Challenger, even from the start of the season. With the nerves out of the way, it's likely there's going to be a freedom to this kind of youthful play that should add some exciting dynamics.
It can be, yeah. And we know this from coaching our teams, that keeping people in the right headspace is really important. But so sometimes that youthful fearlessness can really play really well when they're not in their own head. They're not remembering previous errors. They're very quick to move on to the next one, and and as you say, play with that freedom.
So hopefully a lot of excitement on the show court today. I mean, a couple of fantastic fixtures we've got going on here. So Project X, a really strong team. Unfortunately missing James Ling today, and that would have added a big element to their singles play.
It would, but still a lot of star power on that team with Katie Morris.
Oh yes.
She was playing in the MLP Mid-Season Cup last week over in Michigan, I believe it was. Grand Rapids, Michigan. So she was playing against top American pros only a week ago, and wasn't able to win a game, but they got one of the mixed doubles. They got 9. They lost 11-9, and I watched it. They competed toe-to-toe, and that shows it's really encouraging for the level of European pickleball.
And it's got to help bring that over here. You know, when you're playing at the highest level that you can, and you can't go above that in your own space, to go somewhere else and to find yourself again at the bottom of that level, having to fight your way up, it's going to be the quickest way to develop your game and find the gaps that you've got to plug and to refine those very quickly while you're under pressure. So we've seen a lot of players coming to the league this season who didn't play last season. Perhaps they're in the States, perhaps they're playing at a high level elsewhere.
Yeah, or Australia, quite a few of them.
Indeed. So having those here, what do you think that's going to do to...
It helps raise the level. Sharp? Yeah, because not only when they are on court, the average level on that court is better, but they'll demand more from their teammates. They will help find those extra nuggets of information that one of their team members was struggling with as one of their weaknesses, maybe. And just that further game understanding, they will help find the right game plan. They've seen more different looks. They've seen more different challenges. They're like databases. Pickleball's all about patterns and what look can we give ourselves in this rally, and just having those people with all that experience will help their whole teams.
And looking at every team has some really experienced players. Do you think coaching is going to play a bigger part this season than it has before?
We are continually seeing that teams are working out that watching and supporting is helpful. Watching, supporting, and using that analytical brain and having someone on the sideline that can really see what's happening on the court, whether it is one of their players or is it a non-playing coach, is hugely beneficial, and we keep seeing those teams perform better and better. So I think people are starting to work that out.
Great, thank you for joining me this morning, Sam. I'll let you get back to your duties. As we see line up on court as the referee talks both teams through the order of events, some standard paddle checks going through what role the referee will play in the fixture, as we see our two lineups. So just to introduce you, North London Storm, as we mentioned earlier, have been a staple at the Premier League, the Pickleball Premier League, led here by James Chowdhury, of course. He's joined by Rachel McRae. Flynn Crosswaith is not playing today because he sprained his ankle at an international event I think a couple of months ago, and it's still not playing ready. So he will not be featuring in the fixture, but you may catch him on the sidelines acting as a coach, as Sam Anderson says. He'll be watching carefully, looking to see any gaps that aren't noticed by the players. They are playing up because they're also missing Barney Maddock, who I think is another tennis commitment. Is a really high-level tennis player and somebody that we've not seen in the Pickleball Premier League before, but you would have seen him at the Picklebee events, featuring heavily in the singles because he has been absolutely dominating in that space. So they will be missing him, but obviously James Chowdhury filling in is not a bad substitute at all. If you're missing one of your singles players, you've still got James Chowdhury. But joining them, they also will have Katie Taylor, who didn't play last season. She comes from a big tennis background, a good tennis coach. Megan Bignell, her partner, was playing yesterday in the Challenger division. Katie brings a lot of power and strength, and as a left-handed player will give no gaps on court to hit if they're trying to avoid in the mix. So they're also joined by Tracy Matthews, who played last season in the Challenger division and has taken this step up into the Premier League. She had a couple of opportunities in the Premier League last season when she was played up. But on court, we see James Chowdhury taking the lead for their first singles match. They are going up against Project X, who are a new team this season. And as I mentioned earlier, the product of Sam Basford and Karen Crawford, a powerhouse coaching team. So Sam Basford, you will see on the side, playing a heavy coaching role in today's fixture. You could just see the back of your camera shot stood next to Harry Hamilton. Behind the referee is Sam Basford. So they are playing James Lofthouse as their singles player. Known for his incredible touch and flair on court. If we see behind the backs or through the leg, don't be surprised. He, by his own admission, isn't a big singles player, but James is absolutely committed to developing his game on every angle that he can. So I've no doubt we'll see a gutsy and gritted performance, but coming up against James Chowdhury is no easy feat. So the rest of his team, we have Katie Morris, incredibly powerful lady player to start off their lineup. James Ling, who is not here today, he is out in the States, I believe. Tall wingspan, long wingspan, big tennis backgrounds. We'll look forward to seeing him feature heavily in the singles. I would think he would be their main singles player, as we see James Lofthouse already going for behind the back. So we've called it, and if you put any money on it, well done, you can already cash that one in. The rest of their team, Amy Kearns, who played last season in the Premier League, Sabrina Edwards, who also played last season in the Premier League, and Harry Hamilton, as we mentioned earlier, was in the winning team in the Challenger Division last season and has taken this step up to join Project X. So, as the referee calls the players in, we are looking to get underway for our first fixture. If you haven't watched before, just to introduce you to the format, it is rally scoring. So it's rally scoring to 15, best of 3 legs, win by 2. Rally scoring means that rather than only scoring points on your serve, points are awarded for any completed rally. So whether you're serving or receiving, a point will be scored. So it's fast-paced, and serving is changing hands often. But we look to get our first fixture underway. James Chowdhury at the bottom of your screen will be serving first against James Lofthouse. Strong return from Lofthouse there, but the fourth shot just going long. Incredible angle on that drive from James Chowdhury. He's not just hitting depth. That was an early message to James Lofthouse that he's going to have to be quick to get to these balls. James Chowdhury there making the first approach we've seen to the net. And was in position to make that volley, but James Lofthouse just asking the question of him and gets his first point on the board. Early nerves on the serve there, just puts it long. A wry smile from James Chowdhury. Good return there from Lofthouse, making Chowdhury have to move to that forehands, making sure that he has to do some work to get into position rather than just driving from the middle of the court. So, 2-3. Lofthouse in mixed minds over the passing shot there and just unable to make the cross court. 4-2 now, Chowdhury. An incredible get from James Lofthouse there. Applause from the crowd. Mixing it up by dropping into Chowdhury just to change the pace of things. Getting to that ball and hitting a fantastic down-the-line pass. The immediate regret from Lofthouse as he went for the lob there, but creativity is something we're likely to see from him, so I like that he's testing out these options early on, but big drives from Chowdhury still. Good work from Lofthouse to stay in that point, just changing the pace of things. Chowdhury is going to favour that baseline to baseline hitting. Good footwork from Chowdhury to get in there, punish that short ball after the net. Just slowed it down. 7-3, a bit of a lead building up in this first leg. A great driving pass from Lofthouse. Chowdhury got a paddle to it, but there's a bit of a miss hit. Only just got there. Good work from Lofthouse to stay in this. So 4-7 now. Calm hands from Chowdhury there to put that volley deep into the corner. 8-4 now. I think a first error there from Chowdhury. Lofthouse will be happy to see that on a baseline rally going his way. 5-8 now. And 1 becomes 2 now. Lofthouse riding this momentum. Happy to stand toe-to-toe on the baseline for a second rally in a row. Let's stop the momentum for now, but closing that gap and keeping some pressure on is Lofthouse staying in this. 9-6 now, Chowdhury. Timeout called from James Lofthouse here. So each team will get 1 timeout per leg. And wise time to use it there, because after getting a bit of momentum, James Lofthouse put a serve return into the net. Now, you've seen the driving from Chowdhury. If you don't get these returns back with interest, pace and depth, he is going to punish them. So although it may look like a basic error, he's got to be keeping that ball tight. But putting that one in the net, just maybe a moment to take a pause, a recharge, see if there's any insight from Sam Basford. You can see the coaching team in the background of your shot there. Got a few words of advice, but he's topping up on his drink and just taking a moment. So the score is now 10-6. It's rally scoring to 15. James Chowdhury, if he can maintain this on-serve scoring, he will run away with this. So it's Lofthouse that needs to close this gap now. 4 points being the deficit. A smile from Lofthouse, this time not matched by Chowdhury, who is locked in. And there, the drive and attempted move into the net. So that's 3 points in a row now scored by Lofthouse on the basis of errors by Chowdhury. That's going to give him some confidence. And that is now the second drop from that corner that James Lofthouse has missed. So perhaps that's a target that Chowdhury is noticing and will call upon at crucial moments in this game. So a smile and a laugh from Lofthouse. Chowdhury not seeing the same entertainment in that one. Well, now he turns and smiles. A bit of a shrug. Great hands from James Chowdhury. The pace from Lofthouse and the athleticism, and we see a dainty little jump over the net from him. But it's now 12-8 Chowdhury. It's a great return from Lofthouse to get the angle, but by getting to the ball at the angle, Chowdhury was almost all the way to the net and took that position gladly. 13-8 now. Depth on the serve there, forcing Lofthouse's paddle to hit the back barrier, and that brings us our first game point of the day. 14-8 Chowdhury. Serve goes into the net. That's 2 this leg. Perhaps some nerves for... Well, I would call him a newcomer. He's absolutely not. Perhaps too relaxed in this first leg as he's facing quite a big lead. So it is still match point on rally scoring. And that volley going into the net means that James Chowdhury takes the first leg 15-9. A strong performance from Lofthouse. He's shown some variety to his game. He's won some rallies on the baseline. He's dropped well to mix up the pace. He's come into the net himself. He's hit passing shots. James Chowdhury is always going to be a formidable force in singles. The pace of his drives, his ability to get over to the ball and then still stay on the front foot to put pace through it. It's going to be tough, but Sam Basford now having words with James Lofthouse. You'll see in the back of your screen there. So curious to see if we notice any discernible change in the tactics from Lofthouse. I think so far an encouraging start. 15-9 is a position I'd be very glad to be in. I think James Lofthouse can be very proud of his performance. Not too many unforced errors, perhaps a couple of drops that at least make the other player play the ball. But we're seeing some errors from James Chowdhury in the latter part of that leg. And if that gives Lofthouse the confidence to not force too much in his own shots and to allow the rally to just breathe a little, that might give him a little bit of breathing space himself. As James Lofthouse says, why did we sign up to play singles? I feel that having lost 15-4 yesterday and lasting only about 4 points before my own energy ran out. But James Lofthouse, as ever, clearly enjoying the moment, enjoying the experience here at our inaugural match of the Premier League. Second leg, Lofthouse to serve. Oh, ATP from James Lofthouse. That one's for me. Incredible get from that net cord. He's had his moment now. He'll go away happy from this game. Great work from Lofthouse to stone that at the net, but these angles from Chowdhury are forcing such work. So 1-1 now. Huge serve, forcing the slower return just to buy himself time and to create depth, but Chowdhury putting his shoulder through that one. 2-1 now. So that is our third service error I think we've seen from James Chowdhury. Gives us 2-2, James Lofthouse. Oh, it's a lovely mid-court volley from Chowdhury to transition air. And you could just see he is incredibly comfortable on a singles court. He has shots from all angles here. Great work from Lofthouse there. Rather than pace, he was looking for dip on those drives, forcing the first volley to come back passive and the second one a winner. 3-3. And it's this backhand corner again where Lofthouse, looking to reset, is not getting the depth and is finding it into the net. So 4-3 Chowdhury. Bit of eye contact and a smile from Chowdhury there as he saw what Lofthouse was going for. He'd be pleased to see that one go into the net. 5-3 Chowdhury serving now. The first gap open up. Good variety from Chowdhury again. Now 6-3. Lofthouse stretching out. You can see the fatigue setting in as he's getting run around this court. 6-3 becomes 7-3. I wonder if we'll be seeing a timeout anytime soon. For now, 7-3 Chowdhury. Okay, we've seen again now, as Chowdhury starts to relax as the gap opens up, this is where some of the errors come in, and Lofthouse will be thankful for this because had that gone the other way, we'd have been looking at 9-3, and 8-4 is going to feel much better to him at this point. Well left there by Chowdhury, the drive going long. Fatigue starting to set in for Lofthouse as Chowdhury pushes him around the court. Aggressive move into the net there from Lofthouse just to mix things up, but Chowdhury with the off-pace angled drop. It caught him off on his split step, looking for a pacey passing shot, and he has called a timeout. So we are at 10-4. We were in a similar position in the first leg. I believe we were at 10-6, and we started to see things tip back towards Lofthouse. But with a lead like that, Chowdhury just needs to go point for point, because rally scoring allows you to maintain a lead if you're only able to score, say, on your opponent's serve. He'll be very happy with his comfortable lead at this stage. As Lofthouse goes over to Basford, you can see him gesturing the backhand. I wonder if he's aware that that corner has been exploited a few times now. Chowdhury hits a punishing drive. So Lofthouse, as I've not called out yet, is a left-hander. And that's going to mean that certain patterns of play are going to suit Chowdhury when he can get onto his forehand corner and hit into Lofthouse's backhand corner. He's going to have the angles and forehand to backhand working in his favour. So Lofthouse will want to keep things the other way around, going his forehand to Chowdhury's backhand. So let's see if we start this with a return down the line. And he's gone cross court and got caught up with that body serve. These small movements can be what goes when the fatigue starts to set in, the lactic acid builds up in the legs. There we see Lofthouse trading forehand into Chowdhury's backhand. And with Chowdhury starting to step round and look for that opportunity, Lofthouse switching to the forehand. So 5-11 now. Perhaps a generous call from Chowdhury there by not calling it out. But that takes us to 6-11. Couple of points in a row for Lofthouse. Fantastic passing shot and a shout of yeah and some claps from the side. Lofthouse now scoring 3 points in a row. We took a timeout at 4:10. We're now 7-11. Some fantastic work from Lofthouse there. Starting with a wide serve into that backhand to set the play the way he wanted, and then hitting an absolute dream shot down the line to grant his approach into the net. Yeah, Chowdhury this time on the front foot with that serve. Been pleased to see the shorter serve. It's now 12-8 Chowdhury. The gap has been closed a little. Hard to call while you're in play. That ball, I think, did travel along the baseline, but it wasn't called out. This now takes us to 13-8. This time the ball called long. Lofthouse takes the serve back. Now 9-13, 4-point gap. Yeah, Chowdhury just looking so incredibly composed at the net, and he has such a variety of shots that Lofthouse is never settled into a rhythm. Anytime he gets used to the baseline volleys, Chowdhury switches it up, plays an angle, plays a drop, and we now have game points. And a call of too good from Lofthouse with that cross-court looping passing shot. James Chowdhury closes it out in just 2 sets. So we see 15-9, 15-9. James Chowdhury taking down James Lofthouse in our first match. I would say for James Lofthouse, where Project X are missing James Ling, so it's a host of Jameses we're talking about this morning. With James Ling missing from the singles, James Lofthouse stepping up, I would say you can be incredibly proud of that performance. He traded from the baseline well. He's very quick. He mixed up with drops. He started to work the angles. He hit some fantastic lines, but James Chowdhury just is so incredibly calm and composed on court there. So next up, we will see the women's doubles. So as the men take the rest from their singles, as we see the first point going on the board. So all fixtures, just as they were with Challenger and Masters, as you've seen yesterday, have 6 matches that make up the total score. If after those 6 matches we end up at a 3-3 tie, then we go to a dream breaker, which is always a highlight for the fixture, as 4 players from each team line up to play 4 points at a time in singles until a team reaches 21 in rally scoring. So that's the first point on the board for North London Storm. But shortly we will be seeing our ladies take the court for the women's doubles. So singles very much a baseline trading affair, getting into the net, far more tennis-like than pickleball doubles. Pickleball doubles, I feel, is an absolutely beautiful sport tactically. It brings the kitchen into play far more because there's an ability to neutralise play by resetting, and by that we mean playing a softer shot into the kitchen and then transitioning in. So expect to see more rallies played up at that kitchen line as the players take the court. So we can see for North London Storm, as the players gather around the referee, we have Tracy Matthews and Rachel McRae. So you may have seen them in play earlier this year at the Amber Valley Invitational. They were on the Slice Girls team, played incredibly well together. Tracy Matthews, a big drive of the ball, aggressive play, both forehand and backhand. She has a great two-handed backhand drive. She uses that well as an aggressive dink as well. Rachel McRae is one of the most dexterous players that you will see on court today. Has the ability to, from all angles and all positions of balance, redirect the ball exactly where she needs it. So expect high consistency play from her. Now they line up against Katie Morris and Sabrina Edwards Herrera, two highly experienced pickleball players. Katie Morris likely to be the more aggressive of the two. Great mover around the kitchen line. I'm keen to see how those rallies go, as Tracy Matthews will favour a speed-up game, but Rachel McRae very happy to sit in those dinking rallies and create some wonderful angles of play. Sabrina Edwards Pereira, incredibly calm player on court. And this is where, as we see Sam Basford at the back of your screen, just to the right of the net, taking up a coaching position, and he is keenly watching the hands of the North London Storm players. He is in analytical mode, looking at the shots of all players, all ready to see what he can spot in their play and in their consistency. So, all fixtures we will see 2 minutes of warm-up before we start. So the referee has called 1 minute remaining on this one. But North London Storm go into this fixture now with the 1-0 lead following that singles. So as we near the end of our warm-up, getting some intel up on these players. But as I said earlier, Tracy Matthews played Challenger last season, had a few opportunities to step up into the Premier, and absolutely deserves her place here. She was a powerhouse last season. Her drives are incredibly strong, especially a mix to have a drive from both the lady and the man that can really punish at the net. She can start a game into a point of aggression that will favour her, so expect to see big drives from her. The change in pace between the two is going to be an interesting one here as well, with Rachel McRae favouring more control, but she's also a very responsive player, so Tracy speeds up. I know that Rachel will follow that in with a calm consistency. But at the bottom of your screen, North London Storm to serve. Tracy Matthews lining up on the right. In rally scoring, players do not switch sides until they have the option to at timeouts, change of ends. But it will be Tracy Matthews serving to Sabrina Edwards Pereira in our first leg. 0-0. Yeah, as we saw straight away, a big drive from Tracy Matthews. Fortunate pop-up off the edge of the paddle from Sabrina Edwards Pereira there. But the first point goes the way of Project X. Katie Morris to serve. And the net cord there, just making that mid-pace drive, pop up over the head, and the paddle of Tracy Matthews. 2-0. First point on the boards for North London Storm, 1-2. Yeah, good speed up there from Tracy Matthews. Well disguised after a couple of cross-court dinks, but well handled by Project X. 3-1 now. Oh, great dinking rally, but the reach from Sabrina Edwards, it didn't look on at all, and she just about got it. Clipping the net on the way past, and apologies, but that takes them to 4-1. Another net cord, so that's now 3 out of the 5 points won by Project X on net cords. They'll be pleased for this start. This time it doesn't make it over. Shadow come on, and a high five of encouragement from McRae to Tracy Matthews. So 2-5, 3-point gap. Return right on the baseline by Sabrina Edwards there. 6-2 now. Oh, good volley dinking there. Both players trying to take the time away from the other, but Tracy Matthews with that great cross court takes them to 3-6. Good calls from McRae as she sees her drop is going to cause trouble. Calls of in, and that pressure forces the error. So 4-6 now. Good work again. That's the second exchange won by Tracy Matthews against Sabrina Edwards at the kitchen line, who slaps the paddle on the thigh in frustration. The momentum back now with North London Storm, 5-6. Oh, just going long there. Good work to dig herself out of that by Tracy Matthews. Now 7-5. Yes, big hitting there from Sabrina Edwards. When she gets that high volley, she is punishing it cross court. 8-5 now. Yes, again at the kitchen line there. Another exchange going North London Storm's way, going cross court into the forehand side of Sabrina Edwards. This time the net going in favour of North London Storm, but it's Rachel McRae who pounced on that pop-up and put it away comfortably. 7-8 now, 1 point gap. And that now the fourth net cord, so of 9 points for Project X, 4 so far have come from fortunate net cords. Now 9-7. Four becomes 5. A big wind up and drive from Morris, but unplayable nets. This should be encouraging for North London Storm, though. They are in it when the rally goes on. And again, the targeting of Sabrina Edwards there, icing out Katie Morris as best they can. 8-10 now. Yeah, big work from Katie Morris to step in and become a part of that rally. Rachel McRae stepping across and playing that drive. Seeing great movement off ball from her. Wonder if leaving it for Tracy Matthews to hit might be the tactic. Oh, the beautiful transition work from the Project X team. And it was a backhand flick from Morris that created the opportunity to put the ball away, and with the opponents square at the kitchen line against them, there wasn't time for them to react. That now becomes 12-8, a 4-point gap. Yes, no doubt about that one from Tracy Matthews. A call of come on. It's now 9-12, but in rally scoring, a 3-point gap can be hard to recover. What have they got here? The call of no coming just as the ball clips the paddle at shoulder high to Tracy Matthews. Katie Morris is looking to take the game to them when she gets a chance to see the ball. Watching her off the ball there, she is trying to make her presence a little bit bigger, but even that off the ball movement is enough to perhaps draw the ball down her own backhand side. And as the moment she got it, she sped up into Tracy Matthews, taking the tempo to her as the timeout is called at 13-9. We see the players a moment ago speaking to James Chowdhury, seeing what he has noticed on the sidelines. I don't think that they are in any way not in this game. At 13-9, 5 points coming from net cords that were just unplayable. You take those out of the equation in clean rallies, if we can call them that, this would be 9-8 in favour of North London Storm. So even if this gap isn't recoverable on this leg, and they will definitely give it a big push, be keen to see what happens in the following legs of this game. So 13-9. Another speed up, just clipping the top of the paddle. I mean, it was whipping topspin. It was hard to tell whether that was going to dip at that pace, but that is now game point. 14-9 to Project X. And with that cross-court drop, high fives, and the first leg is sealed. So we have seen a host of net cords, which they're not going to be able to rely on, I don't think, as the game progresses. Some good cross-court exchanges from Tracy Matthews into Sabrina Edwards. Some gritty transitional work from Project X, though, to get in even when their drops were high. In rallies, this is a tight one to call. James Chowdhury having a word with his players. The frustration from Matthews there, perhaps as a result of the nets, perhaps as a result of those two speed-ups. She is straight opposite Katie Morris, who, when she gets the ball, is taking the game to her opponents. A couple of times when she's anticipated it, Tracy Matthews has had to paddle up and has countered really well. But with the amount of topspin Katie Morris is generating, both forehand and backhand, it is hard to tell in a moment whether that ball at shoulder height is going to dip into court. And with that, she has forced a couple of miss-hits and a couple of errors. So it is the Project X team who are sending a message by already occupying their point on the baseline, ready to get started, while North London Storm taking their time, speaking to Coach Chowdhury in the corner, just gathering themselves. So far, I don't think there's too much in open play that they can't cope with. But I think switching things to Morris is going to put them in danger of those speed-ups. The cross-courts have been working, and Tracy Matthews should definitely take confidence from that when she gets into those exchanges. But second leg, Project X to serve. One leg up, 0-0. Yep. And there we go. The cross-court was available, and put right by the feet of Serena Edwards that was just caught off pace. I think she was expecting a speed up down the middle. And the serve goes uncharacteristically wide from Rachel McRae. It's now 1-1. Lovely exchange at the net. Earlier we saw Tracy Matthews try the speed up herself, but keenly handled by Morris. 2-1 now. Yeah, it was a lovely dipping drop from Edwards. What looked to be a high, slow ball. That's the beauty of this kitchen. Just stopped short of her reach and forced the error. 3-1 now. And with a serve return going long, a few errors that North London Storm would want back in this game. One on a serve return, one on a serve. That puts them now at 4-1. Depth on the serve. Just catching Tracy Matthews, a bit unaware, who didn't make the transition into the kitchen line quick enough. So 5-1 now. Yes, big wind up from Morris there. The drive at shoulder height, but the amount of topspin just makes it unclear whether that ball is dipping in. 6-1. Also a foot fault called by the ref there. I missed that, but nodding from Katie Morris. Good work to handle the speed up from North London Storm. They get the ball back and they've stopped the bleed for now. Good work from Tracy Matthews there. This time seeing that short ball sped up at that pace. Not dipping in time. 3-6. And keeping a running total, that is now 6 as we see that replay. Even if they're at the kitchen line, I don't think they'd be getting to that ball. So 6 becomes 7. The 4-point lead is re-established. Yeah, the pop-up from Matthews there. She braced for the counter, but just too much time for Edwards to pick her spot there. 8-3. Yeah, the effort to pin Tracy Matthews into that corner, drawing the error. And Rachel McRae's step across probably helped to shift play further over to that right side. So the serve goes into the net from Tracy Matthews. Initial shrug, but the nod of encouragement from James Chowdhury brings a smile. So 9-4 now. Casey Morris serving. Good work from McRae. When she gets that dink, she's almost always going cross-court and keeping it low. That slice staying very low, not allowing Morris to attack. 5-9. Oh, an incredible work. A sound from the crowd here as North London Storm finally transition in, and with a cross-court dink, they force the error from Sabrina Edwards. That will be a big encouraging point for them as it becomes a 3-point game at 6-9. And that now closed to 2 points with the off-pace drive from Rachel McRae. Draws the timeout from Project X. We just sensed that rally shifting the momentum back towards North London Storm. And if we remember, we got there after a serve return that looked tired from Tracy Matthews. Draws the smile from James Chowdhury and that encouragement to say you're still in this, enjoy it, be part of it. Kept them sharp and incredible defense from them there. And that is the kind of rally that really can get into your opponent's head, and just a couple of errors. We are now at a 2-point game. So pickleball being a game where the serving team is at a disadvantage, typically they win the point 40% of the time. So the receiving team much more likely to win the point, meaning that if things stay on serve, a 2-point lead is enough to close this out. But with momentum like this, it just needs a couple of errors for this to be a tied game again. So the timeout from Project X in an attempt to reset things. But I'm sure it'll be Rachel McRae and Tracy Matthews who return to the court with confidence flowing through them. We can see the body language change. They are ready to take this game to Project X. And at 7-9, we resume play. It was lovely work in the cross court, and Tracy Matthews feeling that she wanted to change something. That lob just going beyond the far corner. 10-7 now. And that volley put away, hitting the line of the backhand side, takes them to 11-7. Lovely slice cross court on this surface. The slice will keep the ball nice and low. So 8-11, 3-point gap. Big step across from Morris, reading the drop there, protecting that inside foot of Edwards. The 4-point lead is reinstated at 12-8 now. Oh, good pattern recognition from Morris there, seeing that that dink going cross-court into Matthews was likely to draw a reset that she pounced on. And Matthews just unable to make that counter. 13-8. A great leave there from Rachel McRae, as that's the biggest poach we've seen all game, and that would normally catch you off guard, but Rachel McRae wise to it. Uncharacteristic from Rachel McRae there, brings the first match point of this game. 14-9, Project X. And the volley going into the net from Rachel McRae seals our first doubles match of the day. A really great performance though from North London Storm. Tracy Matthews being run around that kitchen line, recovering well in the mid-court, winning a lot of those cross-court exchanges early on, and a really gritty, the rally of the day so far, performance from North London Storm to get back into that point and draw the timeout. But it was an effective timeout for Project X, who built up a further 2 points in their lead that was never recovered, and actually they ran away to a 15-9, 15-9 victory. So all matches so far, all legs going 15-9 in both the singles and the doubles. But next we will see our first mixed doubles of the day, as we see for Project X, Harry Hamilton line up with Katie Morris, and we see for North London Storm, James Chowdhury has re-entered the court with Rachel McRae. So as the referee calls them in, shortly they will begin their 2-minute warm-up So Harry Hamilton, left-handed, which means that Katie Morris will likely be playing on the left for Project X. James Chowdhury and Rachel McRae, both right-handers, so we'll likely see James Chowdhury on the left. So that will upset the patterns a little bit. But Katie Morris, an aggressive player as we saw in that last leg. Harry Hamilton, some fantastic hands, great flicks at the net, great footwork as well. Gets low down to the ball, is calm under pace and under pressure. Big spin on his flicks as well, as we see in the warm-up. So, which way this one will go and what kind of rallies we're going to see. We're likely to see some creativity from Chowdhury and McRae. Both of them brilliant paddlesmiths, very dexterous, able to think of a place on the court they want to put the ball and calmly and consistently put it there. Morris and Hamilton will look to create a more aggressive spin game, I would think. But it will be the coaching of Sam Basford that will help guide them in this game. James Chowdhury, the now on-court coach for North London Storm. But it is 1-1 in the fixture so far. So this a key fixture, a key match to take things one way or the other. It's going to be 2-1 for one of the teams after this one. James Chowdhury with the round-the-back shot. As you see in the warm-up, unlikely to feature in the game itself. So just a few more seconds left in this warm-up here. And the referee calls them in. So Harry Hamilton, just to give some insight into the players, plays at Ards Pickleball Club, I believe in Northern Ireland. Doesn't have a regular mixed partner. Quite often plays with his sister Gracie Hamilton, who is also playing in the Premier League. So let's see whether this works for him as he lines up to play with Katie Morris. They will be receiving first as Rachel McRae has the ball in hand at 0-0. A good drop from Morris, pounced on by Hamilton. It was the right move, just missing the put away. 1-1. Lovely work from Harry Hamilton there, developing the point with that spin, as we said in the warm-up. Likely to feature in his and Katie Morris's attacks. First kitchen rally on the board for Project X. Oh, the net cord gifting the ATP to McRae, but she still had to make it. A lovely low swipe at that one. Levels things out at 2-2. Hamilton again, he's whipping spin on his dinks. If it gives him anything to reach, he is attacking it straight down the middle. Lovely work on the first reset by Hamilton, but Chowdhury calmly putting the second away as he saw the gap open up down the middle. 3-3. No gaps forming in this game so far. That's the second drop now from McRae, finding the net. Uncharacteristic from her, and I think perhaps just a sign of some early nerves. Yeah, it has been Harry Hamilton that's seen more of the ball so far, but Katie Morris seeing a chance to get in on the attacks. Yeah, encouraging there for Rachel McRae as the drop finds the bounce. And she pounces on it with a great cross-court dink. Harry Hamilton with these late disguised dinks proving to be really effective in this game. Hamilton reading that pattern there, just catching the top of the net with the counter. 6-5, North London Storm. The work from Harry Hamilton there. Switching it up, showing that from the same stance he can move the ball over to the line and then whipping it cross court. 6-all. Oh, the net court just forcing the error. Harry Hamilton is putting on a dinking masterclass at this kitchen line so far. He is being targeted and he's handling the pressure fantastically well. And that flick from Katie Morris, who's not seen much of the ball, so when these chances come, she's not going to be warmed up. So they're rare opportunities to hit. Good work to control the pressure that Chowdhury was applying, fooling me each time that ball was popped up as he knows he's got time to get across the court. And we've seen in the singles, he can cover the court by himself. Hamilton showing good hands, but just couldn't quite keep the ball low enough to make that transition back in. So the timeout is called by Project X as the team heads over to Sam Basford, as we can see in the shot. James Lofthouse also having words. So we're seeing the patterns of play going cross-court mostly into Harry Hamilton, who, for those of you who aren't aware, is, I believe, just 16 years of age. He's been playing for an incredible 7 years. I've not known about pickleball for 7 years, but it shows his calm composure under this pressure in his first Premier League fixture of the season, facing James Chowdhury directly opposite him, whipping the ball at the kitchen line, across court, down the line, resetting well. He's had a couple of patterns that he's read and he's just missed the counter, but that's a sign that in terms of the point development, he's very much in it. But it is North London Storm that hold a 3-point lead at the time of this timeout, with James Chowdhury to serve, just suggesting he's looking at a moonball serve, but he doesn't go for it there into Katie Morris. And the drop, finding the net, hands the ball back to Project X. 7-9. It's Katie Morris with that topspin drive. It may have looked hitting height, but with the ball dipping, it's hard to track it. And Rachel McRae just putting that one into the net. Good work from Morris there to cover the middle, dig themselves out of trouble. Hamilton taking a step back from the kitchen line. He didn't bounce on a couple of balls I thought he would there, but nonetheless, we are 8-9 now. Morris with the drive from deep in the court. She was almost hitting the backboard with her backswing there. 10-9 now, North London Storm. The serve goes long, and we see things squared up for the first time in a while in this game. We are 10-10. Harry Hamilton to serve. And the switch down the line from McRae, recognising that Harry Hamilton is not to be dinked too lightly. Draws the error from Morris. Now 11-10, Chowdhury serving. Calls from McRae to say that ball's high. Chowdhury holding his ground in the midcourt, but it was McRae at the baseline that took the brunt of that pace. 11-all, we are all square. Project X serving. The big drive and the follow-up from Katie Morris, light on her feet, and the shoulder rotation to switch it down the backhand side puts them in the lead, 12-11. Lovely hands from Hamilton in the middle there, but Chowdhury moving this ball around well. Levels things out now at 12-12. There's Hamilton with that flick, but it was the counter. He just perhaps hadn't adjusted the grip. It's now 13-12, North London Storm. Oh, the speed up from Hamilton, but Chowdhury is every bit ready for it. Seeing that switch to the forehand rather than the backhand, knowing it's not likely to go cross court. A shake of the head to say, that's not going to work on me. Brings them game points, 14-12. And that move down the line, which worked earlier, this time going wide. Second game point, but it's 13-14. And Project X have squared things up. It is now 14-all. It is 2 points clear to win in this rally, scoring to 15. Project X now with the late momentum. Harry Hamilton to serve. Morris with the incredible cross-court backhand drive into James Chowdhury's backhand. And the paddle tap gives them their first game point. Oh, the speed up from Morris down the middle seals the first game for Project X. What a timeout they called. The momentum switched. They closed the gap. They saw off 2 game points that North London Storm had, and at their first opportunity took it from 14-all to 16-14 and have snatched this first leg. Now we have an incredible game on display here. Early targeting of Harry Hamilton, asked a question of him, can he handle himself at the kitchen line? And his absolute mastery with his backhand dinks showed that he was ready to turn back foot to front foot with balance and composure. And then it was Katie Morris who at the later stage in that game made herself a big presence. When she has an opportunity to wind up a drive, it is punishing both into Rachel McRae and also into James Chowdhury. The amount of dip she's getting, even if they've got paddle to the ball, the kitchen line just gives this 7 foot of space after the net for the ball to dip. And once it's dipped below the net height, it's hard to counter those drives with any kind of aggression, risking putting the ball into the midcourt. And we've seen at one point she followed it in with a volley drive on the forehand. So, what will North London Storm do now after a leg where they seem to be slightly more in control throughout, and they've not walked away with the first leg on the board? Will they do the same and just look to reduce errors, or will they switch things up? Chowdhury has his game face on. He's ready to go to battle, but is Hamilton serving our second leg, 0-0. Yeah, after the adrenaline dump of a leg like that, we often see errors at the start of the next leg. So, an early one from McRae. And one becomes two as the second ball goes into the net, and perhaps this increase in aggression later on from that last leg has made her a little bit tight, wary of putting the ball high. Hamilton sees the ATP, which barely looked on. Chowdhury got a paddle to it, but didn't manage to reset that ball over the net. 3-0. So that is now 6 points in a row, 4 in this leg, and those last two, 7 points in a row for Project X. A momentum really forming here across these two legs. And we see Chowdhury there with volley dink really resetting things, trying to tame this pace that Hamilton and Morris are taking to them. But another point on the board gives us a 5-point lead in this second set. The first moment of relief as James Chowdhury takes the serve at 1-5. And that becomes 2 with the serve return going long. So 2-5 now, Rachel McRae. Oh, a lovely flick from Harry Hamilton. He had the choice of targets there, and just delaying the put away allowed him to put it down right by the feet of Chowdhury. 6-2, 4-point lead reinstated. And this time the drop down the line of Chowdhury, catching him, trying to be a big presence in the middle, leaving that space open. Yeah, lovely work from McRae to force that angle, and James Chowdhury stepping into the middle as soon as he knew that ball had to come central or cross court. Chowdhury launching an attack, forcing the players to switch there. Unable to recover that position. 8-3 now. Project X. Good work from McRae to switch the angles down to the feet of Morris. Neutralising these left side players with the ball down low. Is featuring heavily in this second leg. Oh, the stunning ATP there from James Chowdhury. The delay on that to create the angle, waiting for that ball to just stretch wide enough. Chowdhury calling that ball out. That now takes us to 6-8 as that generous gap is getting closed by North London Storm, just etching away at it. Chowdhury launching an all-out attack, seeing that it was the pace brought by Project X, the aggression that was tipping things in their favour, and he has come back swinging, hitting a number of drives from the baseline that at first Harry Hamilton was controlling, but then as he changed the direction and followed it in, he is swarming them with pace. A timeout called just to provide some relief here. We saw a 5-point lead at one point in this set as we went 5-0 up. That has now closed to 8-7, and the momentum very much to the currently trailing team of North London Storm. They go over to have a chat in the corner, just take a moment. It's Project X that have called this timeout, who go over to Sam Basford for guidance. Harry Hamilton has been seeing less of the ball in this leg, and I think that shows quite what a message he sent. If you're going to target me, I will control things. But it is James Chowdhury that is setting the pace so far. What will they do to neutralise that? And that gifted serve return into the net takes us to 8-all now. A couple of looser points following the timeout. So 9-8, Katie Morris serving to James Chowdhury. Yeah, and this becomes now a game of traditional big left-sider. If you want to step into the middle, I'll put it down your side and then hit that middle. Harry Hamilton reading the pattern as well. 10-8 now, a 2-point lead. Becomes 3 points. A good timeout from Project X. Now 11-8. Big swings from Katie Morris. She followed it in well and she knew she had the put away there, but backhand just going into the net takes us to 9-11. Chowdhury serving. Oh, the work from Rachel McRae to dig herself out and get that ball down to the feet of Morris, pouncing on it and leaving Chowdhury with the put away. Closes it to a 1-point game. Oh, and this time the flick that has been going down the line, disguise going cross court, and the overhead confidently put away. Reinstates that 2-point lead at 12-10. Unbelievable resets by Harry Hamilton. Draws the wide ball from Chowdhury. 13-10. This time Chowdhury pushing the ball to the backhand side of the left sider. 11-13. And that volley into the net draws the first match point of this game. 14-11. Some confusion over the score there. 14 sounding like 13. We are at match point. Oh, the ATP at a critical moment. Good work from Chowdhury to stay down low, and Rachel McRae being safer with that volley defends the first of 3 match points. 12-14. Chowdhury looking to launch an attack, not getting to it, and that is a 2-sets-to-love victory for Project X, who looked to be trailing throughout the first set. Launched a change in pace with Katie Morris hitting drives and Harry Hamilton controlling things at the kitchen line that they just took as a big momentum into that second leg. North London Storm launching everything they could to counter it, but it just wasn't enough, and perhaps too late or too much of a deficit to come back from. So that puts Project X 2-1 up in this fixture. And next up we will see the men's doubles. So Chowdhury will take a moment before he returns to the court again, playing with James Matty. And he'll be up against Harry Hamilton and Lofthouse, of course, the only 2 men here for Project X today. Harry Hamilton very much warmed up, but sure we'll just see a few moments pause before the players resume. They may need to top up on water. But what a game that was. 2 sets to love. Perhaps didn't do it justice. That first leg, an absolute battle. some brilliant work from Harry Hamilton, who we were just giving some rundown of. He normally plays his gender doubles with Adrian Jimenez, and as I say, doesn't really have a fixed mixed doubles player. It's always odd as a left-hander to find a left-sided mixed player. The patterns are very different that way, and we saw him getting targeted, them trying to keep that ball away from Katie Morris. I wonder whether she will take that performance from him as an encouragement to look to partner in the future. But he's been playing for 7 years. He's just 16 years old, I believe. He describes his play style as controlled and consistent, but I think creative is something that can be added in there. His control with his hands, the ability to move the ball around, and hopefully our cameras do it justice. But the amount of spin he's getting on it is getting that ball up and down over the net brilliantly well. He's very calm on his resets and showed that even with Chowdhury thumping the ball at him, he was never under too much pressure to handle. As the players are called in, Sam Basford has made his way over here. Is declining the opportunity to commentate. I know this is a game he's going to be focused on, but he's surely got to be pleased with his team's performance in that last match. Very pleased with Sam Basford. The work from Hamilton to control that pressure. Sam, any thoughts on that last game?
Well, I think from a Project X perspective, Harry Hamilton's debut in the Premier category was one we're very, very, very pleased with, to be honest. Yeah, played super well, barely made any mistakes, and took it to North London Storm. So yeah, very happy. Takes us up as well, 2-1 overall, which is good. With a pretty tight men's doubles coming up.
It looked like the tactic from North London Storm was to target him at the kitchen line there, but there never seemed a moment when he wasn't in control. Even when he was pushed onto the back foot, he could turn that into aggression of his own. That must be quite a tool to have in your arsenal as the season opens up.
Yeah, 100%. I think early on in the first set, it was quite apparent that the strategy was going to be to repeatedly go back behind Harry. But you turn that into a positive. Like you said, he's really good off the back foot. He started to roll a bit more aggressively as we went through the game. And also, within the first set in the timeout, we started to identify that actually there wasn't really any threat to Katie's line. So she could get a bit bigger in the middle. It allowed him to start rolling more aggressively cross-court. And from that point on, I didn't really feel that there was ever going to be any other result.
And so now looking at the men's doubles, we have an odd format of 2 lefties versus 2 right-handers. From a tactician's point of view, what does this give you as an opportunity to create new patterns and to be more creative in the way the game is controlled?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going to let these guys figure it out for themselves, really. In some ways, it's no different whatsoever to playing with 2 right-handers. The main challenge is obviously lefties don't tend to play on the left-hand side of the court very often. So James has actually had some pretty good results recently playing on the left-hand side. So we're not feeling too stressed about it. But we'll see what happens. I mean, it's a different look for the opposition. With the way that Harry's playing, I would maybe expect a lot of balls early to go down the middle. Just, again, testing the lefty-lefty combo. But, yeah, I think we'll probably look to run a similar thing that we did in the last game. Make James Matthew play a lot of balls cross-court to Harry. We're pretty happy in that cross-court, so yeah, as long as we're in that, let Lofthouse do whatever Lofthouse does and see what happens.
And you've got to be expecting aggression from the pair they're facing. James Matty likes to speed up. James Chowdhury, very confident when there's pace on the ball. But you have in your arsenal 2 of the best resetters on court today. So is that something you're expecting to see as a common exchange in this match?
Yeah, I think potentially a lot of third shot drives. You know, these guys are both pretty handy as a Harry and James. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know if there's a specific thing that I'm necessarily expecting, but you know, I think as much as we have an idea, James and James are also going to be in the boat of never having played or very rarely having played two left-handed players at this level. So they'll be figuring it out as much as we will, which has positives and negatives for both sides.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Sam. I'll let you get to your coaching duties, and we have one to look forward to. Sam Basford clearly will be pleased with this lead that they take into this game. Halfway through this fixture, they are 2-1 up, but it is North London Storm, the two right-handers, to face the two left-handers of Project X. As James Maddy gets us underway, Chowdhury putting that first drive just into the very top of the net. First point on the board for Project X. So it's now James Matty who is the topspin aggressor at the kitchen line into Hamilton. 1-1. Drive just going long, but early confident call, allowing James Matty to follow that ball in. And it's James Matty who's being targeted at the kitchen line. He is another great topspin dinker, much like Harry Hamilton. And he is handling that targeting pressure well so far. The ATP there from the net cord. Just wide, as we see in the replay, just short of that line. 3-2 now, Project X. Oh, the net pop-up. It's a call of frustration from Harry Hamilton. I think he said, why'd you hit that? He had too much time to make his decision. The net immediately returns with an incredible touch from Hamilton. 4-3 now. Yeah, good work in the hands battle. I think that when that ball's in the air, it's going to be North London Storm that will be the aggressors. Often Project X looking to reset here. It's Matty here, as Sam Basford called it, looking to exploit the middle, testing the gaps between these two lefties. And the pressure from Matty there saying, if you play it down the line, I will earn you. Draws the error. First gap open up here, 6-4, North London Storm. This time Hamilton able to apply the pressure back to Matty. Getting him on the back foot. 5-6 now. The angle of the put away from James Chowdhury just beyond the reach of Hamilton, but some good hands to keep the ball in play for as long as they did. Hamilton, any chance he gets to put an aggressive dink in, takes it and applies the pressure to Matty, who is definitely more comfortable being on the front foot than the back foot so far. And the net court favouring North London Storm there. This 2-point lead has shifted back and forth from 2 to 1, as you'd expect with rally scoring. Project X still need to close it. Some incredible hands and the disguised speed up from Lofthouse. Pulls of frustration from Massey, who read it and was ready for the counter, but the net just putting it beyond his reach. 7-8, Project X. And that ball just going long as Chowdhury steps around the kitchen line. Oh, this time Hamilton, who has been lining up the cross-court dink. Incredible disguise with the shoulder to switch it down the line of Chowdhury. Some incredibly intelligent play from the 16-year-old. Puts them in the lead at 9-8. Yeah, Chowdhury again stepping around the kitchen line, this time with enough height to work with. Not risking the long ball, putting it down into the court. It is now 9-all. This game could go in either direction still. Chowdhury, I think, with his third ATP of the day. Good work to bend the knees and get down low and wait for that ball to get wide. Oh, and the work from Project X to make sure when they're at the kitchen line that they stay on the front foot. Lofthouse, volley dinks. Hamilton, topspin dinks, whipping cross court. That disguise speed up earlier. Ties things up at 10-10. Apologies from Hamilton there, as he looks to take that speed, pop up and put it away, just not adjusting his paddle angle. And the speed up into the hip from Chowdhury puts them 12-10 up. Unfortunate there. Good correction on the forehand from Hamilton, but this time the backhand flick just looking for too much angle. And now a 3-point gap, the largest we've seen in this game for a while, in favour of North London Storm. But that drop going into the net hands them the serve back, just stops this momentum for a moment. 11-13. What can they do on their own serve? This time the ATP not finding the left sideline, only marginally there. And that's now 12-13, 1-point gap. There we see the through the legs, between the legs from James Lofthouse. It's not showboating, it's just a shot that he's practiced enough that he can pull out when he's in position to. 13-all. A high drop from Lofthouse. A gift to James Chowdhury at 13-all. He gratefully took and put away. We see our first game points with just one of them here at 14-13, North London Storm. And the gift is returned with a drop going into the net. It's now 14-all, 2 points clear to win this, so no game point at this stage. The serve is with Project X. Chowdhury never allowing Project X to transition in, and a jumping put away. Clear into that angle in the corner. Somebody's got a lovely relaxed chair over there and nearly got hit. A tag sent their way by James Chowdhury brings up another game point for North London Storm. Last one not capitalised on with a missed third. What can they do here at 15-14? And the net cord popping the ball up and over and into the courts seals that first leg. 16-14 North London Storm. So it was North London Storm who had the lead when it was there in that leg. Project X, with their great ability to transition in, their kitchen arrival percentage was high. We don't have stats on this one, but you could see the number of rallies reaching the net closed that gap. But it was later on when they had those match points, they just couldn't find the drops, couldn't find the transitions in, and it's very hard to score from the back there unless an unforced error comes, and they're not coming from the hands of James Chowdhury at the moment. So Sam Basford having his team talk. He'd have been watching that one closely. At the moment, there haven't been a great many unforced errors. There are a few in the middle there from Harry Hamilton. Tactically, they seem very comfortable at the kitchen line. Early on, some pressure from Matty showed that when Hamilton is not on the front foot of the dinks, he's far less comfortable. He wants to be in control, and they are using their pattern switching to give him the chance to get on the front foot and apply that pressure. And when he did so very well. And his creativity to speed up down the line, cross court, down the middle, is something they'll want to get themselves in position for. But Matty and Chowdhury not allowing them much space to breathe there. Chowdhury making himself a bigger presence as that leg went on. Matty was holding his own well, but it's that presence of Chowdhury in the middle that can put pressure on things and just make the gaps look a little bit smaller, draw some errors, put the ball into a speed-up position that's going to favour North London Storm, you'd say. It was just about enough to give them the edge there. So, game two now. Project X to serve. Encouragement from Lofthouse to young Hamilton, who looks light on his feet. James Chowdhury has a slight swagger about him, being one leg up now. Matty frustrated with himself there. A few dinks off the back foot when he had time to apply the pressure himself. Just making the error. Lovely work on the reset from Hamilton there. Chowdhury with the slightly high dink. The Lofthouse, where he's been holding that kitchen line, looking for volley dinks, takes the opportunity and speeds it up. 2-0. Good switch from Lofthouse. The pair locking eyes. They've got confidence as a 3-point lead emerges in this second set. This is the start they'll have wanted. Good call from Lofthouse there. 3 becomes 4 now for Project X. Chowdhury with the gift of the entire court to aim for there. puts it down to the corner. And they've stopped the bleed for now. It is 1-4. Serve in hand for North London Storm. Yeah, this time the speed up into Matty's shoulder that worked earlier, he was wise to. And Chowdhury with the put away puts them at 2-4. Chowdhury just fractionally late on that decision. Knows he hit the ball later than he wanted to. 5-2 now, Lofthouse. Hamilton with the lob in the middle of that to push them back. Well recovered, but the speed up and then the put away from the high backhand of Lofthouse finds himself in a left position that he's not used to, but he's getting more comfortable with it as this game progresses. So 3-6 now, North London Storm. James Chowdhury serving. The forehand volley just going long there from Lofthouse. It's 2 in a row for North London Storm. Oh, confident flicks from Hamilton. First the drive counter and then the flick of his own. 7-4. Oh, Chowdhury, sorry, perhaps just reading the movement in from Lofthouse and catching his tempo, saying, if you're charging in, I'm going to catch you in the transition. Lovely touch from Harry Hamilton. Catches Matty at the back of the court. 8-5 now. James Chowdhury returns the drop shot, saying, you do this to my partner and I'll make you run. And Project X say, no, have that one. We'll see you at the next point. But Matty with the fast hands takes us to a 1-point gap now. And Matty creating such a presence that if they need relief from him, their option is Chowdhury, and that's not an option I would like to face. So a 3-point lead that held for a while has now been closed, and we're back to 8-all. Will we be seeing a timeout at any point to break this momentum? Groans from the crowd. Hopefully you heard on our ambient mics there as Lofthouse pummels that volley into the net. The apology felt about as heartfelt as they could be. Hamilton just being forced to snatch at that one as Chowdhury speeds up cross court into him. 9-9. This time it's Lofthouse reading the tempo of Matty on the approach. Just catching him off the split step. 10-9, Project X, Harry Hamilton. Another high, slow serve from him. Matty caught surprised. I didn't think that drop was going over either, and it looked like he'd just given up on it, thinking the ball was going into the net. Suddenly caught off guard. That is now a 2-point gap with Lofthouse serving. Chowdhury with the perfectly paced speed up, landing about a foot inside the baseline, but just unpredictable, the placement. 10-11 now. Massey with a fantastic two-handed backhand drive. Squares things up. 11-all. Pulls have come on from James Lofthouse there. As we see, just catching Chowdhury, expecting the ball in the middle. He'd hit a good drive, but the touch from Lofthouse brings them 12-11 up. And that now 12-12. Because of rally scoring, you could very much say that we're on serve. Very slightly in Project X's favour. 12-all now. That ball, I'm not sure if it was left or missed, but it sails long nonetheless. Staying somewhat on serve, and by that I mean the receiving team has been winning the point the last few in a row. And with that serve going wide, we stay in this pattern. 13-all now. And again, the serving team not able to capitalise. But this 1-point exchange will not be enough to close this out. But this is game point now. This time the transition in from Project X is what they needed to neutralise things to the kitchen line. And from there, just the calm, controlled dinks into Matty forces the error. And that takes us to a deciding third set. For the first time so far in this fixture, it has been going match for match, but all of them so far have been 2 sets to love. This game now going to a third, 2 points. The margin in both sets, 16-14 to North London Storm, followed by 15-13 to Project X. You feel like they walked into this set starting it off with a 3-point lead with a bit of momentum. And although there was a good comeback stage by North London Storm, it's Project X that managed to capitalise at the end. Things got a little bit tight. A few drops going into the net. James Chowdhury taking a moment. Shoulders back. He knows he's got a task for this third set. This one set is going to do it now. James Matty taking a drink. It's the Project X team that have been over to Sam Basford. He's had his words with them, and they are just speaking to each other now. I think it will be encouraging words from them. They've been reading the patterns at the kitchen line. Harry Hamilton and James Lofthouse, very confident there. Lofthouse looked perhaps slightly less comfortable to be in that left-sided position, but as the game went on, he saw the new opportunities that gave him, new angles to work with, and counters from Matty. They're about 50-50, I think, on those exchanges. But it's been the kitchen arrival percentage for Hamilton and Lofthouse that I think has been slightly in their favour. You will see that from players that favouring the drop, whereas we've seen more drives from Chowdhury and Matty. Whether they'll slow that down and give themselves more time at the kitchen line to figure out these patterns, or whether they'll want to keep it away from that kitchen line and take pace to them earlier on. A high five from Lofthouse to Hamilton. Words of encouragement from Chowdhury to Matty. It'll be North London Storm to serve in our final sets of this men's doubles match. All smiles from the Jameses.
Game 3, change ends
Matty to serve. 0-0. A fantastic return from Harry Hamilton. Good work from the only player on court not called James. Yeah, we've seen Chowdhury launch a late attack in the mixed match, but he's put it into play early on in this third set. He's looking to be as big a presence as he can be to prevent that kitchen arrival that Hamilton and Lofthouse have been so good at. If they can get the paddle on the ball, their resets are strong, but if Chowdhury has enough angle, he can keep it away from them. Aggressive movement in, but when he was there, makes the error. Some words from James Matty to himself. Some frustration brewing. Yeah, Chowdhury confident to take more of the balls there, calling me for everything he could reach, knowing that with his pattern experience, he can create the pop-up, which he does. 2-2. Good work from Chowdhury to change that pace. Reading that down the line shot that Hamilton went for, perhaps not wide enough, and countering it well. Matty looking to leave that ball as Lofthouse targets the head of Matty. I don't think intentionally, but apologies, good spirits between the players. Matty perhaps frustrated that he was too quick on that tempo moving in. 4-3, Project X. And this time Lofthouse, seeing that Chowdhury wants to get involved in the middle, is saying, fine, I'll put it down there and put you on a reset position. And it worked. Oh, fantastic hands. We get a roar from Lofthouse. Claps from the crowd. Great hands battle there, and I like the drive from Lofthouse to give them an easier fifth transition in, and it worked. Oh, this surprise shot catches a laugh from Romeo Sisson, who is sat on the side. Played in Challenger yesterday. He's at the same club as James Lofthouse in Batchford. That rally now has lit a fire in James Chowdhury. Do that to me and I will take the game to you, he says. Lofthouse, I think, looking for an ATP opportunity that just wasn't wide enough there. 4-7 now. North London Storm serving. And that, taking it to 8, will be a change of ends. And a timeout for it. High fives from Lofthouse to Matty and Chowdhury. And then to Hamilton, saying what a good game they're in. They have a 4-point lead. That rally, I know we ended it with a bizarre shot that was almost such a gift that it caught Chowdhury by surprise when Lofthouse went for the behind-the-back shot, and he wasn't even out of position. It did the job. But before that, we saw some gritty resets. Resetting high. The high bounce worked on by Chowdhury until finally Lofthouse got some pressure to make the transition in. And it's sometimes that This feeling of being an absolute brick wall that can be the demoralizer in a rally like that, but to end with a behind-the-back shot like that, drawing a laugh from the crowd, that has lit something in James Chowdhury. He'll be looking to take the game to them. Matty too, but they've still got to get through the fast hands of Lofthouse. The dynamic spin of Hamilton. And it is the Project X pair that look absolutely calm and comfortable on this court at the moment. They are smiling. Their shoulders are relaxed. They are happy to be part of this. 8-4. Oh, the counter from Matty and the calm stare down at the end. Just watch James Matty here as he looks at Lofthouse saying, go and pick up that ball and pass it to us so we can serve. 5-8. Looking to step across again. I think James Chowdhury's saying if that ball's high in the middle, I'll have pounced on it. Perhaps the patience just needs to be reinstated. The 4-point lead is there. 9-5. Oh, a beautiful dink off the back foot there. Hopefully we catch it. There we can see Matty off the back foot switching things across court to Hamilton, just as we saw right at the start of this match. 6-9 now. Matty is looking to pounce on more. That may have been the tactic discussed at the change of ends. If the opportunity's there, speed it up. Lofthouse and Hamilton will get their resetting hands on it if they can. Nice from Hamilton there, choosing to invite them into the kitchen. It's a good drop, saying, I'm not going to give you a chance to speed up. Come and dink. And he forces the error. 3 points in this. Hamilton with incredible touch, but just not making that one as the net takes it wide. 2 points now, the gap. 8-10. Chowdhury with the reach. One of those balls down the middle didn't look like it was there to be got, but he got a paddle to it and sent it back with interest, and he forced the snatching error from Hamilton. 9-10. Chowdhury with the uncharacteristic error on that drop, but they've closed some of the gap now. It's 11-9, Project X. This time Hamilton unable to make the transition drop. Good pace on the volleys. 1 point in it. But serve with Northumberland Storm. Now that has closed it to 11 all. And a late shift in momentum. Can this be enough to tip it? The high drop from Matty. And it's that side that the looseness has been coming from, but also the aggression. So it's in his hands to influence this game. 12-11 now. Just as we call it, the error comes. Looking for that angle. It's been the right play to get it outside Hamilton. Just missing the court. 13-11 now. 13 becomes 14, and we have 3 match point opportunities for Project X. The first being on their serve. Oh, the ATP countered by Hamilton in spectacular form. Gets a roar from the crowd. We see all players tapping paddles at the net, but it's hugs from Lofthouse to Hamilton. What an incredible performance to pull that out the bag and that momentum towards the end. Couple of nets in that final rally. Finally, the rally established itself. It's James Chowdhury who's been hitting those ATPs, but Hamilton onto it with an incredible counter as Lofthouse joins us for high fives all round. This guy is pumped. As Katie Taylor, a good friend of Lofthouse, takes the court for the first time today. As she takes on Katie Morris in the women's singles. This is sure to have some firepower, but a moment needed to recover from, I would say, the match of the day so far on show court. As a stunning men's doubles goes all the way and looked like we were heading for a 2-point game in the final set, but a late surge from Project X. Incredible momentum from the two left-handers. Counters from Lofthouse, resets from the pair of them. Creativity galore. And Hamilton with the incredible hands to be able to put the ball where he needs it and handle pressure from some formidable opponents. James Matty getting drafted up here to fill in for two absent players. Absolutely held his own. But with big attacks come a higher error rate naturally. And it was a strategy they had to try and take to Project X. But just seemed to be the error rate that was the difference. And in rally scoring, that really can be it. Normally in side-out scoring, you're making errors, but they're on your serve, you know, typically in drops, transitioning in. Sure, you've missed a scoring opportunity, but there are no points going on the board, so you can go round in that pattern for a little bit longer, taking those risks. In rally scoring, once a gap is established, it can stay what we could call on serve, but the points keep chipping away. And so a 2-point lead, you know, one of those errors on the opponent's serve, a missed volley, can be enough to establish a lead that's then very, very hard to recover. And Project X kept that pressure applied. So Katie Morris, we saw earlier on today, big drives, huge topspin. And where we've had two Jameses playing the men's singles and three Jameses playing the men's doubles, we now have two Katies playing the women's doubles. So thank you for this absolute gift on commentary for my first PPL commentary appearance. I feel like this has been set up intentionally to trip me up. If this was the work of Hobbes, I see what you're doing, sir. Crucially, this match now with Project X turning that 2-1 lead that Sam Basswood was very happy to have into 3-1 means that winning this singles will seal the match. If they don't close this out, as we see Project X losing the first but taking the next three, the only hope for North London Storm now is to win this and the final mixed doubles and then the Dream Breaker to take this. But it's Katie Taylor to serve for North London Storm. First exchange from the baseline, going the way of Morris. As does the second. So, because both players are Katie, just to introduce you, you have Katie Taylor in the blue, appearing at the bottom of your screen when we're in the normal view. There we go. And Katie Morris at the top in the pink. That ball just going wide. Puts the first point on the board for Katie Taylor. And that's the second. Cheers of support, not just from her team, but a lineup of supporters on the side for Katie Taylor. We see Johnny Adams, Danny Foster, and Megan Bignell, who all appeared yesterday in the Challenger division. A beautiful cross-court drive from Morris as we see the supporters there in shots for Katie Taylor. 3-2 now, Morris. Yeah, good change of pace from Taylor there, looking to not look to pass Morris at the net, but to drop just to provide herself the opportunities. But Morris calmly redirecting the ball, keeping control. Big serve. And the return going long. 5-2 now, Morris. Oh, Taylor with the nearly incredible get down wide on her forehand side. Taylor, if you've not noticed, is a left-hander. So as we saw earlier, the patterns of trying to play the forehand into the backhand may be a strategy for both players here. But Morris seems to be targeting that open space on the forehand side of Taylor, recognizing Taylor wants to move around her forehand on the backhand. Let's move around her backhand to play the forehand. This time it's Taylor who takes the net, forces a wide pass that is called out. Closes the gap now, 2 points, 4-6. And again, targeting the backhand to draw Taylor out. Taylor not recovering the middle position enough. And then that wide angle out to the forehand, exploited by Morris. Morris is doing an incredible job with these drives to keep them low. So even if Taylor's getting to them, there's no height to work with to launch a counter-attack. 8-4 now. So we see again the shorter drive, which invited Taylor in, but the space opened up again down that forehand side. 9-4 now. And with these drives staying low, naturally the net is going to be the issue rather than the baseline. And this time Morris finds it. Taylor with the serve now. What can she do on her own serve? Well, that will be an encouraging start as Morris puts the backhand return long. That's the side that Taylor will be wanting to serve from, to exploit that angle of her forehand into the backhand of Morris. This time Morris steps around to play the forehand. Again, we see repeated efforts down that backhand side until Taylor is almost anticipating it, and then that forehand angle is exploited. 10-6 now. Big, deep looping serve from Morris. Well inside the baseline, about 6 inches inside, but right by the feet of Taylor, looking to catch that on the half volley. And it's just the angles that are doing this for Morris now. It's not that Taylor is leaving space. Morris is just finding width on this court that doesn't even look to be there. Yeah, we can see there the serve return well from Taylor down the line, but still not getting over to that middle position, perhaps expecting the passing shot to come down the line, but Morris again exploiting that open space on the forehand side. We have our first game point up. 14-6 to Morris for Project X. And that closes it out. Katie Taylor looking perhaps a little shell-shocked. It is not often you get to play against this level. And it's forming, I think, a gap analysis as she sees where, as a big power player, she's often used to dictating the pace and the placement in singles and especially in doubles as a big hitter. But it's this forehand side where she's trying to protect her backhand. The depth from Morris to keep Taylor from counter hitting down there, and then the space to open up the cross-court angle when Taylor returns down the line. It's a pattern Morris is happy to repeat. Words being had by James Chowdhury. As we've seen, a great singles performance from him. He'll know the patterns to look for. But whether Katie Taylor has enough in her firepower to respond to this onslaught of topspin from Morris, we'll have to see. Some gestures from him seem to suggest looking to get into the net. He's sort of gestured to move inwards. He's now talking about shot style. Maybe we'll see her look to close in the net, because standing at the baseline, not getting in, is leaving these angles. Not that Morris has had difficulty passing when it's there. But Taylor has to try something to counter this. Morris, close to me here on the commentary side, looks to be barely broken into a sweat. If she closes this leg out, Project X take our first fixture of the day against North London Storm. Can she do it for them? That forehand angle again exploited by Morris. Normally you'd say that's the angle that would favour Taylor to be on her forehand side. That serve return going long. Slightly dejected body language from Taylor, but she is an absolute warrior. I'm sure she'll give this a good shot. The slice backhand there, this time getting on it in time to dig into it. Keeps that ball low, and it makes it a little harder for Morris to whip it up and over the net. 2-2. This time Morris with the topspin mid-court drive, but Taylor with the topspin mid-court drive. Morris returning that and transitioning in, forcing the question of the passing shot. A beautiful shot down the line from Taylor there, taking away that forehand cross-court angle. And things are level so far at 3-3. Taylor now has taken a 1-point lead on her serve. She'll be happy with this start. Oh, a big baseline exchange, but it's Morris that takes the net first. And again, that wide angle to the forehand to open it up. Taylor did well to stay in that, but Morris, anticipating the shot down the line, closes off with a volley. 4-4. Taylor looking to whip in an absolutely mean slice if that made its way over the net, but it doesn't. It finds the net, and it's Morris who's regained the lead at 5-4 now. Good depth on the return from Taylor, forcing Morris onto the back foot. 5-5. Much closer in this second set. Whatever Taylor has done, it's working. Great work to pepper that baseline from Morris. Taylor seems, perhaps in that early leg, to be expecting the ball down her backhand and then having to move over to the forehand. Now she's anticipating it, and she's getting on the front foot well to counter it. Again, seeing the drop coming in from Taylor, Morris is pouncing all over it at the net and closing off that recovery shot down the line. I wonder if a timeout will be called just to give fresh energy to the second half of this leg. Big angle again from Morris. Takes us to 8-5. Oh, a big backhand return from Taylor. Off the front foot. Puts the shoulder through it. She gets the serve back at 6-8 now. Morris with a backhand of her own opens up an angle cross court, which she just finds a little too wide. 1 point gap now. 7-8 Taylor serving. Still no timeout called, I think, because that momentum shift. Taylor is looking to stay on. 2 point lead for Morris. Now a 3 point lead, 10-7. It's still that wide angle to the forehand that Morris is exploiting. And the dig slice from Taylor not finding its way over the net again. That sequence, we know what's coming. One deep into the backhand and the next one is going to be going cross court. 11-7. Morris 11-7 now. The serve return into the net brings us 12-7. Is this going to be it for the first fixture as Project X look to be getting close to that finish line? Just out there as Taylor looks for a passing shot down the line. Takes us to 13-7. Morris serving. And that return goes long, puts us game point, match point, and fixture point for Project X. And the lob just going long, closes out the fixture. Applause from the crowd. 15-7, perhaps didn't do justice to the tight start to that set. Katie Taylor really did put in an effort there, having to cover so much ground with the angles that Morris was creating, and not just with control placement. They were whipping forehand attacks, creating sequences deep into the backhand followed by cross court into the forehand. It's hard to get onto the front foot and counter those. Taylor tried the softer drops in just to buy herself time, but Morris happy to steer that ball around the court at will, and that seals it for Sam Basford and Karen Crawford's team, Project X, who have made their debut in the 4th season of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store, and get off to a 1-0 start with 4 matches on the board already. So Katie Taylor, who we saw there, will be back on court for our final mixed doubles. Katie Taylor comes from the London Pickleball Club, run by Lou Stevens. A fantastic club who has been going for some time, a lot of experience in pickleball, and known for creating really tactical dinkers, but more recently have seen the growth of their players with the introduction of one of their sessions at the Sutton Sports Complex, where they're able to play on acrylic in the X40. So seeing now a host of players who bring a refreshing pace game, which suits the modern game, and Katie Taylor is one of those. Megan Bignor, as we called out, played yesterday in the Challenger division. Danny Foster has grown through the ranks brilliantly as well. And Johnny Adams has just been going from strength to strength recently. It's very hard to beat. I was very pleased to have got the victory over him yesterday. Also, Ben Fletcher, who is in the Challenger division, made his debut yesterday. So a lot of talent emerging from London Pickleball. Katie Taylor normally plays gender doubles with Megan Bignor. She's been playing mixed recently with Jamie Wright. But let's see how she'll get on playing with James Massey. He is a confident left-sider, and Taylor, being left-handed, will be no doubt occupying the right side. They'll be playing a left and right-handed pairing of Lofthouse and Sabrina Edwards. So the lefty and righty switch between gender across the two teams will create some interesting patterns here. Expect aggression from Taylor and Massey. And as we've seen, good hands and resets from Lofthouse and Sabrina Edwards, but both looking to counter-attack when they see an opportunity. So the fixture has been sealed in Project X's favour, but this last mixed doubles still to play, and both pairings will be giving this everything. Katie Taylor has been playing just for 2 years, so about the same time as I have, but she's made the transition into the Premier League, whereas I've found myself stuck in the Challenger. I'm not bitter. I'm pleased for her, of course. Comes from a big tennis background. Tennis coach, I believe, is the main job. Her favourite format is gender doubles, and her and Megan are a formidable pairing in that. Big aggressive drives. Megan, a fantastic kitchen line dinker. Sets Katie up for some big middle presence, but it's the mixed doubles that we see her in now. She's using the Luz Inferno, but her preferred ball is the X40, so she likes this pace of play. Most recently, she's played at the RTA in Basingstoke, had a close loss to her teammate Rachel, and that's one of her most recent proud performances. She will be playing in the English Open, and she's also planning to play in the RTA in Vilnius, which I think is Lithuania, if I'm not mistaken. So already looking to add international tournaments to her roster, whether that's a chance to explore Lithuania or whether it's a chance to increase her experience. But coming over from tennis into pickleball, she's made great strides in these 2 years, product of her hard work and the work of those at London Pickleball. So after that singles, let's see, will she pick things up with James Massey beside her against James Lofthouse and Sabrina Edwards, who walk out onto court with a calm confidence as they know they have this fixture sealed. Will it be 4-2 with North London Storm getting the last, or will it be a 5-1 victory for Project X as they enter the Premier League for the first time? Some final words from James Chowdhury to the pair, just to pick Katie Taylor up. She does prefer doubles, normally gender as I say, but she's a great mixed player as well. Did a great performance at Amber Valley. High fives from Taylor to Matty. She's ready for battle here as she starts things off. A lovely looping drop from James Massey there, across court into Sabrina Edwards. Puts the first point on the board. And the speed up countered by James Lofthouse confidently puts us at 1-1. Good hands from Matty there. Although we have one lefty and one righty on both teams, we see the cross courts, the men against the cross court, the ladies. Just noticing that's because James Lofthouse has taken the left side. Quite often that's because in the mixed, ladies often play on the right, and so maybe that Sabrina favours that and has asked James to take that left side. Having just played it with Hamilton, he's got experience there. That ball just going long. Puts us 4-1 now for North London Storm. Around the back from Katie Taylor. Says Lofthouse, you're not the only one. But I think that was more out of reaction than planning. But what a reflex to have in the Arsenal. Gets big cheers from her team and her supporters. And good work from Lofthouse, but Katie Taylor with the highlight reel behind the back shot in that last rally. It's just a few errors early on in this game as the players find their feet in the pairings and against each other with some odd positioning of left-handers and right-handers galore in this one. 3-5 becomes 4-5. And a few errors in a row now. So, which team's going to get the focus back and start to build a gap? 6-4 is 2-point lead for North London Storm. Oh, James Matty at the highlight reel. Burke followed by the cross-court. Somewhat an early as he has to leap over the kitchen to complete that run, but he knew he'd put themselves into a bad position and he dug them out of it. Well played. So 5-7 now. Project X. On the first cross-court exchanges, we saw Sabrina Edwards being targeted there earlier. I would say keep the confidence up, stay on that front foot with it. With that serve return, just as we see a little dip in confidence from her. She's encouraging herself, telling herself to settle down into this. 9-5 now. Good flick from Lofthouse. On that left-hand side, reaching across with the backhand flick. It's good anticipation. Gets them the serve back. Yeah, I think with the left right-hander on the kind of the wrong way round, that serve return in the middle is a good option because it's forcing both players to be on the backhand side. And Sabrina, I think, is used to a left-sider coming across and taking that. Edwards, good work down the line of Matty, but looking to switch it, just didn't catch that ball right. I don't think it was intended as a speed up. I think it was meant to be a volley dink, but it was a pop-up that James Matty pounced on. 11-6, North London Storm. Oh, and the work from Katie Taylor to dig that one out. That point looked over. Her paddle clattered the barrier as she hit it. She calls over. That's for you, Nick Mays. I appreciate that. But that has helped them build up a big lead here. So it is 7-12, Project X serving. And the missed drop. If this stays on serve, North London Storm have a 5 or 6 point lead for the first set. Great anticipation from Matty there because Edwards, where she was struggling to control that cross court, has been trying to catch him down the line. He read it and leapt for that Ernie. First game point, 14-7. That drive missed, but they will have more opportunities, and crucially it's on Project X's serve now, meaning they need to win all these points on their serve. 6 points to recover it. Lofthouse stepping in with the poach backhand, where he's in that left side, left-handed position, having to create shots he's not used to playing, but he is doing it well. And that's the first of 6 points they need to close out on their serve. 5 more to go. And with that drop, we see the first leg taken by Taylor and Matty. Gritty defense from Taylor. Good control, and then it's Matty who is launching his left-sided flourish of attacks. Having faced him, I can say how hard it is to stop him when he gets flowing. He's incredibly light on his feet and looks to attack at every opportunity, and he's doing so. And not just that, but he's reading the patterns where they're trying to play him out of position and pouncing on them. So what can they do? What can Sabrina Edwards do? I would say confidence, as she has a chat with Sam Basford in the back of your shot there. I feel it's only confidence. We saw earlier on when she settled into the dinking, she was fine. We can see reassuring body language and gestures from Basford. Lofthouse may look to make himself a bigger presence, but being a left-handed player on that side, it's going to be new to him as well. Whether they'll switch things up remains to be seen, or whether they'll stay in the formation that they're in. Most likely because Sabrina Edwards, I would imagine, favours that right-hand side. But it's North London Storm that took the first leg in this one. The fixture is sealed, but they'll be wanting to get this one for the glory and for Katie Taylor's second appearance on show court here today. Wanting to get a point back after that single. Was a good performance, but just an outplaying from Katie Morris, and forgive them, I mean, it was an incredible performance from her. So can Taylor and Matty seal the second leg here to go out with a victory? Or can Project X, with Sam Basford's guidance, change things up and take us to a third? 0-0. Matty looking for the ATP. Not there, and encouragement from Lofthouse to Sabrina Edwards. Oh, great work from Sabrina Edwards, who yet lets out a cry of no, but James Lofthouse quick to reassure that she did all the work for that. She read the speed up, she counted it well. Small margins, but there's a spring in her step again as we are 1-1. Apologies from Lofthouse to Sabrina Edwards as he puts that volley long, but 2-1, Taylor serving now. Yeah, James Massey's going to look to take that speed up to Sabrina Edwards, but good work on the reset from Lofthouse to keep it short enough that the angle wasn't there. Oh, unfortunate there. Great work from Lofthouse. Sabrina Edwards just struggling with ball control at the moment. But encouragement from Lofthouse still. I don't feel like they're out of this. They just need to get on the front foot a little bit. 4-2 now. It's good work from Sabrina Edwards to control it, but the speed up from Matty draws that snatch. And down the middle is going to be that target where he'll find two backhands. 5-2 now, North London Storm. Oh, a lovely drive from Matty. Kept that low. Edwards nearly with a fantastic cross-court volley. Just finding the net. Oh, and this time Sabrina Edwards with the surprise speed up. Snatched that by James Matty, and that's got to build confidence there. Several dinks in a row she controlled and then went for that speed up down the middle. Good drive return from Taylor. who is very comfortable with pace. So a nice drive from Lofthouse, but confidently put back at the feet.
I will recall the score. 7-4. Title point 5.
So the score 5-7 now. Project X serving James Lofthouse. There are no players more encouraging than James Lofthouse on court, and he is doing his work to lift his partner up here.
8-5.
Will it be enough? 8-5, Katie Taylor serving. Oh, good work from Lofthouse to move them around, but Massey sharp to it with those quick feet.
9-5.
9-5, 4-point lead. Can they close this out in 2? Taylor with the mandate of patience there, but Sabrina Edwards this time repeating the pattern of dink, dink, speed up. Foot fault from Massey there as he looked to pounce on that. As we see in the replay, his left foot just on that kitchen line as he hit the volley. 7-9. Encouragement from Lofthouse. Oh, the opportunity created, but Taylor just keeping it low enough and dipping that Lofthouse couldn't get that one over the net. And in play, 10-7, 3-point lead still. Lofthouse protecting the middle with that backhand poach. And then if they need to go down the line, it's only to his forehand, so there's no relief when he gets in. 8-10 now. What can they do to close this? Oh, unfortunate with that drop. It was a great serve, a good return, and Lofthouse looking to loop one in to the backhand of Taylor, just finding the net. So we return to a 3-point gap as we still see Lofthouse's football skills on display. Lofthouse doing big work with that backhand flick in the middle. 2 points again, 9-11. Can they close this? They'll need to score on their serve to do so. Lofthouse with pace and then resets. A shout of come on and a high five. They've got some momentum here. 10-11.
10-11.
Sabrina Edwards now a bounce in her step. A shout of come on. They've brought pace. North London Storm have brought pace to them, but
11-11.
it seems like Sabrina Edwards is welcoming that pace and has countered it. She is now alert to it. High fives from Lofthouse, from Basford, from Morris, from Hamilton. And it's North London Storm in the corner having a word during their timeout, called by Chowdhury as he senses things are starting to shift and he doesn't want this to go to a third. So it's been the tactic to speed up, to take it to Edwards, and she's now shown she's happy to receive that. We've seen Lofthouse moving across more on his thirds, but also at the kitchen line, protecting that middle with any high pop-ups, having to do the work with his backhand because he's left-handed, but he's taking that left side. And as we say, when they look for relief from the middle, they've got to put it down his forehand. But crucially, it's Sabrina Edwards who had been struggling with confidence. Now a smile on her face, a deep breath and exhale you can see there, and high fives to Lofthouse as she goes back to her paddle. She is calling, let's go and come on. She is ready for this. Can North London Storm handle this momentum shift from Project X?
11-11.
Oh, you see the change of tempo in Sabrina Edwards as she pounces on that volley, taking the time away from Taylor. 12-11, a good run of points now. Well, the drops are flowing, just the reset couldn't find it. Great work from Matty to dip it down to the feet. They've stopped the bleed for now. It's 12 all. The deep return and encouragement from Lofthouse, keeping his partner buoyant. He says, I wish I had a return like that. But he's got a serve opportunity now at 13-12. The drive, the transition, Lofthouse locks eyes with his partner and says, come on, as they have a game point of their own. 14-12, they'll have two, in fact, if they need them. Big serve from Sabrina Edwards, but the return from Taylor. Gritty move out to her backhand side. Protects the first match game point, but there is a second now. Oh, and the work from Matty to get over to that. But Lofthouse saying, if you're going to poach and move it down my line, you will find my forehand. So we take this to a third. It didn't look for a moment like this was going to be anything beyond a two-set match. But Project X, with a late bloom of momentum, and crucially, Sabrina Edwards has picked herself up and is bouncing around the court now. Her tempo's changed. James Lofthouse and his encouragement building her up all the way. And it's North London Storm who have the change in body language. They strutted out onto the court at the end of the first set leading into the second. Now they speak to team captain James Chowdhury to work out what they can do. There are still smiles from them. They're still in this, but I feel like this is going to be a sharp exchange in the third set. Both Lofthouse and Matty becoming a bigger presence in the middle. Of course, Lofthouse having to do that on his backhand side. Matty covering a lot of ground, but where he'd normally steer that down the backhand side of the left-sider, he's now finding the forehand of Lofthouse, and that's then getting a punishing response down the line, which Katie Taylor will have to field if Matty swarms the middle like that and she has to take a step back. How is he going to change his patterns? How are they going to change theirs to respond to this change of tempo from Lofthouse and Edwards? High fives from Lofthouse and Sabrina Edwards as they make their way back out onto court. As James Chowdhury clears his position, and the ball is with North London Storm to serve out the final leg of this fixture between North London Storm and Project X. Game 3, 0-0, Katie Taylor serving. Good work. We can see the change in the swing and the footwork from Sabrina Edwards. Matty stepping across and making the error there. Just needs to tie his laces. And as we've seen from Edwards, if they do keep it there, she's shown willingness to speed up when they settle into that dinking pattern. So perhaps Matty stepping across, looking to try and break the pattern himself. 1-0, Project X. Two 2-0 now, Project X. Now 3-0. This is exactly the start that Project X would want. Carrying the momentum on from the last leg. And there we go, James Massey with a step across. This time hitting 2 down that side. Smart pattern, puts their first point on the board and stops the momentum. 1-3 now. One 3 becomes 4-1. We stay on serve. This is a 2 to 3 point lead. Project X now. Calls of leave it. Another point on their serve opens this up to a 4-point lead. 5-1. James Lofthouse serving. They'll be pleased to have scored one on their serve, though, because crucially it's expected the returning team will score more often than the serving team. So it's North London Storm now with their chance. Unfortunate there from Sabrina Edwards was James Massey reading the chance to speed that up and to stay in that down the line hands battle. That's a point on serve for North London Storm with a great transition into the net. 3-5. And a lovely drop dipping below the net there as we see in slow motion. This just coming down at a horrible angle for Sabrina Edwards to return. And the pressure from Massey. 4-5 now. And Taylor unfortunate not to find the other side of the net with that one. So they've stopped that momentum back, but North London Storm have closed this down. 4-6, 6-4 now. Good communication from Lofthouse there as he ran in for the drop. Edwards just struggling to soften the pace of James Massey. Looking to catch Matty down that line. I think he was wise to it. Lofthouse encouraging his partner. Can they pick up that momentum that they had before? Lofthouse with encouragement between every single point. He knows how much confidence is going to play a part in this, and he's doing everything he can to keep it high. They are 7-6 up. Drop catching the net and just going wide. So who's going to be up at the change of ends? 7-7 North London Storm serving. Lofthouse with the speed up. Sabrina Edwards with the two-handed cross-court put away. Puts them up. 8-7. Smiles from Lofthouse to Taylor. All friends on court, but they'll be both wanting to get this final leg. Playing for bragging rights at this stage as the fixture is sealed for Project X. But at 8-7 in a third set, what a game we've got as our final one for this fixture. Both teams taking a moment to top up their fluids and to check in with the team captains. Basford talking Sabrina Edwards through her patterns and her struggles with that two-handed reset from Matty's speed-ups. Chowdhury talking to Taylor about what he's seen from the sidelines. As I'm joined by Sam Anderson. What a show court match we've got to get things started here. 8-7 in the final set. What do you make of it so far?
Ebbing and flowing momentum. I thought I'd come and join in on the action here. This because I can't see the ending here.
No, indeed. There hasn't been a big gap formed. The errors have closed off from both pairings. They're both getting in well. And it's some creative speed-ups that seems to be doing the work, but both are doing it well. Lofthouse is having to do a lot of that central work on his backhand.
I was going to ask if he'd discussed that, because while yes, it's unorthodox, actually, I'm putting myself in James Matthew's mind, and I'm trying to think, how would I play against this? I'm not sure what I'd be looking for.
Ooh, so far it has been that not expecting the first speed up to be enough, but getting ready for the forehand counter when it's down the line has been the story of this one. When he makes the big poachers.
Forehand down the line. It's something you don't normally think of. It's not normally there.
Absolutely 8-all now.
Thought about the Ernie.
Oh, Edwards absolutely holding her own in that hands battle, and it was just the clip of the net. James Matty looking sorry for that.
We were robbed there. James Lofthouse was ready. He was there. We'd have had at least another hit.
And that was a gift in return. So we go to 9-all. Still no gap forming. If you were to put your money either way, where's it going, Sam?
I'm with Lofthouse on this one, I think. Sabrina looks calm. Sabrina was, that's Edward, was happy to stay in those long dink rallies and covering the left hip when needed. I think some creativity from Lofthouse and some consistency and calmness from Edwards will get them over the line.
Oh, a sensational reset from Lofthouse. We've come to expect those, but good work from Taylor to force the angle, and they've stopped that momentum for the moment. It's 10-10. North London Storm serving. Oh, some incredible pickups to recover that from both pairings, but it's the loose dink pop-up that James Matty takes as a gift, and they have now scored on their serve, tipping the points in their favour, 11-10.
Taylor made 3 unbelievable gets in that rally to get them back to the kitchen.
Oh, and this time the pace of Matty stepping in, read by Lofthouse, catching him off his tempo. Service back with them, 11-all.
See why he went for it, but so hard to control those when your whole body weight's in the ball.
Yeah, we could expect that speed up from Lofthouse when he got the opportunity. Good work from Edwards to force a reset on that dink down the line, and Lofthouse pounced on it just to change the momentum of that rally. 12-11, Project X. The drive into the hip of Katie Taylor, catching her between forehand and backhand.
Just got jammed up. Very easy to do. Great drive.
Fantastic placement. Now a 2-point lead, 13-11. Will this be enough to see us through? The lob goes up. It's the first time we've seen that in this game. Didn't make it inside the baseline. It is now 12-13. North London Storm serving. Oh, and the hands from Edwards gives them the first game point. Big encouragement from Lofthouse, and finally a smile, something we didn't see in that first set from Sabrina Edwards, but they will have 2 match points.
That one feels like the game there on Matthew's paddle in the middle.
Yeah, we knew that drive was coming, and so did Matty, and he confidently pushed that back, but they'll have to defend the second match point, this time on their serve, which is harder to do. It's Matty who has ball in hands. Matty with a big step across, but a foot fault called on his left foot, I believe. And that is the game. Over.
I think he'll be ruining the volley in the middle 2 rallies before will be the one that he'll go away thinking about.
That was the opportunity. He took it in all the right ways. That's the second foot fault that we've seen from him, and those are the fine margins that these things are decided on. But what a performance from Project X to have turned a dejected first set into a 2-1 victory and to seal this 5-1 in our first fixture on show court. Thoughts on that, Sam?
Really happy to see Sabrina Edwards returning to the league and with a win. I think some surprise perhaps that Project X missing James Ling was still able to come away strong victors in the fixture. But a lot of the games were close, and that's often the beauty of the format, that things a few points either way, and we could have had a completely different victor here. But good entertainment, good close matches. Let's do it again this afternoon.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining me, Sam. And that is our first fixture complete. We will be back for a second fixture, which is featuring a fantastic lineup of players too. We'll have Tapnell Farm against STAK Pickleball. So the teenagers TP Islanders against STAK. So Tapnell, the lineup, just to let you know what we're coming to expect. Tapnell will have Ellie Tompkinson, big singles player, fantastic topspin drops in doubles as well. Dan Wren, the sturdy left-handed counter hitter, put the ball in the middle of the court on his forehand and he will thump it. Gracie Hamilton, who we've seen the brother of early on, similar play, you know, fantastic control down by the feet, wonderful at the kitchen line. Tom Turney, who is just an athletic beast on the court, and his team captain. Tessa Bruins, who I'm pleased to say has made it up from Challenger Division last season to Premier. I'm sure it was the silver medal that her and I picked up at the Nationals in this very same arena that gave her the press coverage she needed to make it up to the Premier. I'm joking, of course. It is a fantastic play and consistency that has got a well-deserved place in this team. And Adrian Jimenez completes the lineup for Tapnell. So what a lineup they have, but they face STAK, a new team this season, led by Josh Bright, who has just been going from strength to strength, playing more and more internationally and growing both in singles and doubles. They've played their first fixture already this morning that we may have seen in the background of some of our shots. He is joined by Abby Fung, Charles Bowen Rayner, who played Premier last season, as did Abby Fung, Anna Linton, who is the only player to be playing in two categories this Premier League. She plays in the Masters division, which is traditionally played on a Saturday, and then in the Premier on the Sunday. Their lineup is completed with Jack Edwards, who played for Spicy Pickleball last season in the Challenger division, but his game has just developed so much in the last 3 to 6 months, especially his game at the kitchen line, which is where he previously perhaps could be targeted a little bit. His movement and his dinks around that kitchen line are just a different level, and we'll look forward to seeing that. He also took the famous men's doubles victory at the Amber Valley Invitational with a lesser-known player in the Challenger division called Nick Mays. So he was carried there. And then finally we see Jess Anderson, who played in the Challenger division and I think really was the surprise non-pick for the Premier. She's an incredibly sturdy player in mixed and in gender doubles. So some big lineups coming up in our next fixture in this first broadcast for Season 4 of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store. Stay tuned for more action coming up. Welcome back to the stream. As we see on court our two teams, we have STAK, the new team to the Premier League this season, against TP Islanders, Tapnell Farm team, headed up by Tom Turney. So, Josh Bright being the captain for STAK Warriors will be playing first in our men's singles against Tom Turney, so it'll be a battle of the captains. But we called out the roster earlier on, but just to repeat, TP Islanders have Ellie Tompkinson, Dan Wren, Gracie Hamilton, Tom Turney, my apologies, TF Islanders, Tapnell Farm Islanders, have Ellie Tompkinson, Dan Wren, Gracie Hamilton, Tom Turney, captain, Tessa Bruins and Adrian Jimenez. They face the lineup of STAK Warriors, which is Josh Bright, Abby Fung, Charles Bowen Rayner, Anna Linton, who doesn't appear to be here today, Jack Edwards and Jess Anderson. So, barring Anna Linton, both teams have a full main lineup here as they have their talk through with the referee concluded. High fives from the team, and we will have our first fixture underway after a short warm-up in the men's singles. So, Josh Bright, captain of STAK Warriors, you'll see at the bottom of your screen in the grey. Come from high-level tennis backgrounds, has transitioned recently to pickleball and is just going, as we say, from strength to strength. Regularly partners Louis Leville at the moment in men's doubles. He's up against Tom Turney, who is one of the most athletic players you'll see on the court. He will chase down everything and anything that he can. So, where you would think in this fixture, Bright may have it on the ground strokes, Turney is likely to cause problems with his absolute resilience and ability to dig the ball out and force another shot and another shot and another shot. So 1 minute remaining on this warm-up here before we get underway with our second show court fixture of the day. The first going to Project X. Ultimately, it was a 5-1 victory. It looked like it was going to be 4-2, but they staged another big comeback in the final mixed doubles. And if you're only just joining us now, you are able to rewind to watch any of those fixtures, but also do stay with us live as this singles match is due to get underway imminently.
15 seconds.
So it looks to be Josh Bright who's going to get us started with the first serve. 0-0.
0-0. Timeout, point 1. 1-0.
Oh, Bright occupying the net, but Turney with that backhand drop into the feet of Bright. He was looking for a volley put away and found himself fielding a low ball instead. Oh, a lovely cross-court backhand volley from Josh Bright there as we see balance and poise to redirect that. Turney still getting to the ball. As I said earlier, we're likely to see that in this game, just his ability to run down every opportunity to force another shot. Oh, and this time the volley angle clean put away by Josh Bright. Brings us to 2-2. Clean drive winner from Josh Bright down the backhand side of Tom Turney. Barely any wind-up on that. Great pace. Yeah, Bright looking to make the transition in, just not completing the stroke, playing it a little closer to his feet than he might have wanted to. fault there called on Tom Turney, who hadn't yet made his way back out of the kitchen, and Bright with a quick counter forces that snatch volley return before he was back to a legal position. And Bright, we can see early on, sending a message that if he has the opportunity, he will take that net and field whatever passing attempts Turney makes. Turney happy to stay at the back of the court and favouring a slice game at the moment. Big angles from Bright, but just struggling for that depth, and it's Turney with these controlled slice returns who's forcing that ball as deep and close to the baseline as he can, making Bright have to hit from much further back than he would want. But again, we see on Turney's serve, Bright plays the return and then takes that net position. It doesn't take long to finish the point there as Turney nearly runs away with one of our barriers. 6-5 now, Josh Bright serving. Huge angle drive from Josh Bright, finding the back corner of the court. Perfectly on the line and skipping away from Turney as he chased it down. Yeah, Bright is showing a pattern here of putting these volleys short and wide, and I wonder if Turney's going to get wise to that as he repositions the entire court to grant himself more space on that right-hand side. And immediately uses it for what we might class as an illegal ATP, taking extra advantage of the space that he's created. But all smiles from Josh Bright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tom Turney. No better way to show you the man that Josh Bright is facing down against. And with that serve return gone long, Tom Turney has picked up a bit of pace here and is closing the gap. 7-8 now. And another angled volley from Bright. The control he's getting on these to redirect that ball is really something. It's hard to be beaten at the net at the moment. Yeah, slight miss hit coming off the paddle from Turney there. Bright with his approach, finding as much depth as he needed to as Turney continues to make adjustments to our entire setup here. So Bright again looking as soon as he can to pounce on those short balls and get into the net, just missing the transition shot on the way in. Oh, stunning passing shot. That may be the first time that Tom Turney has approached the net. Correction, second, and both times he's been passed at the first opportunity by Bright. He's welcoming the angle being gifted to him. This time, the depth of the return from Turney really forcing Bright to hit a passing shot from deep in the court. 9-11 now, Turney serving. And that return called just long by Turney closes it to 10-11. Oh, and this time it's Turney with the touch volley. Bright tried to chase it down, but been pushed so far to his backhand corner that he had too much ground to cover. We are tied up now at 11-all. Absolutely incredible touch volley from Josh Bright there. The backspin volley nearly making the ball bounce back into the net post. The fact that Turney almost got there is worrying to everybody, including Josh Bright, but he has a 12-11 lead. Good depth from Bright there, and there's laughs as Turney is absolutely destroying the setup here. Not even far from taking out the broadcast cameras. There'll be an invoice heading to TF Farms, Tapnell Farms, if one of them falls, I'm sure. 13-11, Josh Bright. This time, the volley not controlled by Josh Bright. 12-13. Yeah, recognising that Turney is getting close to these drop volleys. This time, Bright pushing through it, keeping him deep in the court. He has first game point. Turney just approaching the net there, seeing Bright on the backhand side, putting the pressure on. That's the first of those closed out. But this time on serve, 13-14. Will Bright take the net after the return of serve? He stays back. The transition in asks the question of the passing shot from Turney, and it is answered with a cross-court dipping topspin drive, which levels things out at 14 all. 2 points clear to win this. Bright this time using the depth of the court to hold Turney back and create the space for that overhead. He has another game point. This will be the third game point for Josh Bright, this time on his serve. And with that volley, he closes it out, and that is the first leg. Smiles and a handshake at the net. Tom Turney versus the barriers is the story of set number one. Whether he's going to look to create the same space on the other side, we'll see. Seems to be repairing the adjustments he made to our court there, while Josh Bright is taking a moment instead to rest and top up fluids. So far closer than it looked at one point. Turney seemed to catch on to the placement of Bright's shot, and his ability to chase things down started to put some pressure on those volleys from Bright, who had to switch things up. And initially in that change from the drop volleys to the deep volleys, he made a couple of errors, but he soon fixed that and found that getting to the net, getting to the kitchen line and volleying deep was enough to hold Tom Turney back. So Turney having a word with Adrian Jimenez and Charles Bowen Rayner listening in, who's in the opposing team, as they talk tactics. Meanwhile, Josh Bright ready on court, just catching up with players from other teams in the corner of your shot there. So we see Josh Roberts and Alexander Minogue Stone. But Tom Turney is back on court now, so we look to have both players ready to get started with our second leg. The first going to Josh Bright in STAK Warriors. What can the Tapnell Farm Islanders captain do to level this out? And are the barriers safe? 0-0. No, the barriers are not safe, as that's down the line passing shot from Turney just doesn't make it back inside the line. If you're watching at home and want to create your own mini-game, count the number of barriers that Tom Turney impacts during this match. These readjustments don't count. This set we are up to 1. Oh, absolute wizardry with the paddle from Josh Bright there. He puts a shot deep into the corner of Tom Turney and then plays an incredible slice volley drop. Getting the respect of Turney with that one. Turney looking to step into the net, realizing he was only going to make it halfway there because of the depth of the shot he was returning, and Bright finding that space and hitting it with confidence. 3-0 now. Yeah, the attempted lob neatly dealt with by Turney there with the jumping overhead smash. 1-3 to Turney now. Turney serving, rather. Turney there and frustrated that he missed the shot down the line. More of this incredible touch from Josh Bright on these slice volleys. Oh, and the two-handed backhand drive from Josh Bright. Sorry, single-handed backhand drive. The volley just clipping the net and finding the outside of the line. Not touching the line. The looseness there from Tom, and he's called a timeout just to stop this momentum. You can feel like Josh Bright wasn't missing and he was setting himself up into a comfortable position. Tom Turney just wanting to take a break, reset things, stop the momentum, rethink, make sure he's got his footwork in order and these strategies ready to be executed. Didn't seem to get into this set so far, apart from that one approach to the net where he neatly dealt with a lob. So he's catching up with Adrian Jimenez, his teammate there. Josh Bright just taking a moment to himself. He knows he's not got much to change in this leg so far. But encouragement for the rest of Tapnell Farm Islanders that you see in the upper left of your shot now on the left-hand side.
Timing.
6-1, Josh Bright serving. Turney taking the net to cause pressure and the drop going wide from Bright. So it's worked. So for those unaware, you're unable to serve during the umpire calling of the score. So that was recalled. 2-6, Tom Turney serving. That drive just called out as we see the replay. Not much in it. A few inches was enough. Oh, the change from Turney there, knowing that Bright is dealing with these volleys comfortably, looking to drop the first, and it worked, but Josh Bright is still able to hold him at the back of the court. Questions over that ball. I mean, we saw in the replay, that's close. The inside out switch short forehand from Josh Bright. Oh, attempting another slice volley. If that had made it over, it probably would have come back and hit the net on its way back. Look at the touch here from Bright. An element of showmanship, but he's been executing them well. And that cross court just clipping the net and going wide. Otherwise, another barrier was likely to see the demise at the hands of Turney. Good work from Turney to stay in the point. That's very much going to be his game plan when Bright has taken the net, as he's doing. He's got to get these serves deep to force the weaker return. Oh, a ridiculously good shot off the back foot from Josh Bright there. No telling where that was going, but he looped it over the shoulder of Tom Turney, who just looks with respect at that shot. He knows there's not much you can do about that. And again, this looping around the side of the ball forehand from Josh Bright. Unbelievable paddle control we're seeing on display here, and it's now 11-5. This time it's Turney with the keen dipping cross-court drive. Just catching Bright, having to reach too far. 6-11. Good work from Turney. I did look to the referee after the serve. It looked to be into the questionable zone, and there was a shake of the head, so I wonder if she'll be looking closely at that. This one much better. Another cross-court topspin drive from Turney off the back foot. And cheers from his team as they can see he's starting to find his rhythm and his flow. Now 8-11. And the volley from Bright, rather than going cross-court, switched her down the line and didn't find the inside of the court. Now 9-11, 2 points in it. We've closed this gap. Good approach from Bright, managing to find his way into the nets and force an angle. So, serve back in his hands, 12-9. Has he built up enough of a lead to take this to a victory? Oh, the counter from Tom Turney. Bright seeing him at the net, looking to make a charge of his own, and Turney quickly snatching at it and saying, no, you cannot join me at the kitchen line. 10-12 now. And that volley put away from Josh Bright, as we see, positioned well, but the paddle just staying a fraction open, and he puts it outside the court. 11-12, Turney serving, and the return goes wide. It's now 12-all. Looking to see if Bright calls a timeout, but he doesn't. Turney serving, and he has the momentum. And another one now as he approaches the net, and that is the timeout called from Josh Bright as he senses a run of points not in his favour and a run of momentum for Tom Turney. After we saw some spectacular shots from Josh Bright, he just seemed to relax a fraction, and Tom Turney, sensing that, absolutely pounced on it. More aggression, more approach to the net, a couple of passing shots of his own, and now we find Tom Turney of the Tapnell Farm Islanders in the lead. For I believe the first time in this set, 13-12. 2 points away from taking this to a deciding third set. A short timeout from Bright. As the referee sees both players are ready prematurely, and play gets back underway. Bright, this time back at the kitchen line, commanding that space with a couple of crisp volleys. Gets him the serve, but it's 13-all. Oh, and the approach shot from Bright, just catching the top of the net, and he'll want that one back. It is now 14-13, game point for Tom Turney. And that called wide takes us to a deciding third as we see Josh Bright 4 or 5 inches outside that sideline. So, Bright with some incredible paddle control, some masterful volleys, some stunning passing shots, but just let his lead slip, and Tom Turney didn't give him an inch of space from that moment onwards. Even the timeout wasn't enough for Bright, who is chatting to Louis Laville, just getting either pointers or words of encouragement or an update. Meanwhile, Tom Turney is catching up with his teammate Dan Wren. I think he knows what he needs to do. It's just executing it now. So we've got a battle underway. High fives from the players. You can see the spirits are great between the two. Josh Bright with an eye roll. Love to know what's going through his head right now, but be all focus. STAK Warriors, final leg in the men's singles. Josh Bright serving against Tom Turney of the Tapnell Farm Islanders. We will change at 8 when we get there. Tidy work from Josh Bright, holding Tom Turney back there. That's the first point on the board. This time it's Turney rushing the approach shot and not making it. Lovely transition into the forehand. Turney was doing a good job with those slices of keeping that ball low, but Josh Bright putting in more effort now, getting down low to his knees, hitting 3 good drives. And that's now 4 points. Turney, sensing the start is not the way he wanted, has called a timeout. Wasn't able to carry the momentum through from the last leg, and Josh Bright looks dialed in. He's sharp on his footwork. He's hitting with control. I wonder if those few shots of flair that we saw in the last set were just enough to take him out of that zone that he needs to stay in. Hitting these small targets left by Tom Turney, finding the space on the court. He started well at 4-0. Tom Turney, I don't think needs fluids. He's just wanting to disrupt the rhythm with this timeout. It's all in good spirits, but it's the right play to do at this stage. Josh Bright with a slightly more encouraging look this time. A grin over to James Chowdhury in the distance as well. 4-0. That now becomes 5 with the depth of his shots and the approach to the net putting too much pressure on Tom Turney. A lovely angle, but the depth was what did it. Finding the feet of Turney as he chased the ball across. And that's the first point on the board for Tom Turney with that missed drive. So 1-6. We've seen comebacks from him before. I'm not going to count him out yet at all. 1 becomes 2 as Josh Bright looks to have relaxed a fraction. And now we're seeing a third error in a row from Josh Bright, giving 3-6 to Tom Turney. Looking to change the angle up as he made his approach, just going wide down that forehand side of Turney. 4-6. So, Tom Turney there called on his serve. And as I mentioned earlier, there was one that was questionable. And the ref shook her head earlier on, and this time has called it. So, it's questionable whether the paddle might have been above the wrist or level with the wrist. It must be below the wrist at points of contact. Turney, not grateful for that interruption to the momentum he had built up. It is 4-6, and that's just a warning for now on the serve. And that slice finding the net stops the run of points. So we've seen 6 in a row for Bright, 4 in a row for Turney, and now it's Bright back on serve. Yeah, the passing shot not causing Bright enough trouble. So that is the change of ends at 8-4. So a crucial call from the referee at a critical time in this match. We'd seen a questionable serve earlier on that the referee had noted with a shake of head but didn't call. I think her approach was perhaps to log that, and if she saw it again, to call it, which she did. Now, what that can put into the mind of Turney is just, if you're worrying about whether your serve is legal, and crucially after one warning, there'll be a point awarded if it's seen again. That's going to take a little bit of the sting out of his serve, and it's so important in a game like this where Bright has been taking any shorter serves or any weaker serves, following them up with a move into the net. That's taken away one of Turney's weapons. Now, the other that he's been using is a deep slice serve, so he may have to resort to that a little more often just to avoid the possibility of a foul serve. But it is 8-4, Josh Bright serving. Oh, a lovely counter by Tom Turney. Josh Bright just looking to control the net. But Turney pouncing on that low counter. 5-8. And that serve return called wide now takes us to 6-8. It's been a big set for momentum, this one. Groans from the Tapnell Farm Islanders on the side there as that drop finds the net. 9-6 Josh Bright. Oh, Josh Bright looking for a bizarre round the back shot as he chased that backwards. That's one for the highlight reel. Follows it up with a serve return that goes wide. Tom Turney staying composed while Josh Bright is having moments of brilliance and then moments of errors. Oh, an incredible get from Tom Turney. I think we'd all counted that point out. Now, I don't know if our cameras do it justice, but not only did he get that return in, it was only millimeters above the net. So ask the question of Josh Bright. Oh, looking for a single-handed drive from Turney there. Laughs from Josh Bright and Tom Turney. It's now a 3-point lead for Josh Bright with the ball in hand. A fortunate net cord from Josh Bright brought Turney in, and if, like me, you've been watching this whole game, you didn't count Turney out until that ball had bounced twice. Bright again with the casual approach as he tries to make his way into the net. It's been a bit of a theme of the errors. He's looking to take the net but not making the shot on the approach. 9-12. Again, missing it, this time long. 10-12 the score, 2 points in it now. The slice goes long, takes us to 13-10. Oh, the drop uncharacteristically going in the net. It's 4 match points for Josh Bright, but there's no counting Tom Turney out at any stage. Deep breaths he takes. Goes to the net and misses the volley, and that's the game. What a first match we've seen on show court here. Bright and Turney embrace at the net. Looked like when Bright was flowing there was no stopping him, but nothing but a barrier can stop Tom Turney from chasing down a ball. And if you are just joining us and you think the entire setup looks less neat than you would want it to, that is entirely at the hands of Tom Turney's rearrangement to provide him more space. But in that space, he's created a wonderfully entertaining singles match. It is pure natural talent and ability of Josh Bright. The paddle in his hand just the things he's able to do and the drop volleys and the touch were incredible. And Tom Turney's resilience and just determination to chase it down made for a really interesting singles match. But the first point goes to STAK Warriors against the Tapnell Farm Islanders. So next up we will see our women's doubles match. And on court we have Ellie Tompkinson and Gracie Hamilton against Abby Fung and Jess Wilson Anderson. Sorry, Wilson was it was Jess Wilson until Jess and Sam Anderson got married. I believe it was last year. Had an incredible honeymoon to New Zealand as well. It's a reminder, if you're not already, most, if not all of these players have their own social media presence, usually on Instagram. So if you're keen to see how they progress through the year, please do follow all the players that you've seen here. Abby Fung at university, I believe, on a tennis and pickleball scholarship, or a tennis scholarship. Jess Anderson, as we mentioned earlier, played in the Challenger Division last year. It was a surprise she wasn't drafted into the Premier. A really strong doubles player. And they come up against Ellie Tompkinson, who is an incredible singles player and a wonderful doubles player too. She has a full game coming from a tennis background. Gracie Hamilton, the bigger sister of Harry Hamilton, who we saw earlier. I believe they've got their parents here watching and supporting too. An absolute force at the kitchen line. Great balance, great shot selection. Anderson as well, a wonderful dinker at the kitchen line. Fung favours a drive-heavy game. Tompkinson with her singles ability also favours that. So, feel like we're going to see some play channeled towards the drivers at the kitchen line and the dinkers further back. But all four players have incredible resets too. So, we are 1-0 up to STAK Warriors. Tapnell Farm Islanders in the blue will be looking to make that up in this women's doubles. Time called on the warm-up and we'll be underway shortly. So as we get underway, it is STAK Warriors at the bottom of your screen. Tapnell Farm Islanders at the top. Jess Anderson taking the left-hand side for STAK Warriors. Ellie Tompkinson taking the left-hand side for Tapnell Farm Islanders. Gracie Hamilton with a surprise speed-up attempt there, finding the net, but a message of intent that that's in her arsenal and she's ready to use it. Good work from Hamilton to redirect that ball. That wrist dexterity is certainly a feature in common between brother and sister, as we saw Harry's redirection of the ball earlier today. Good work from Hamilton, facing square off against Jess Anderson, reading that that speed up was going long. Some incredible resets on display, but it's Hamilton on that right-hand side. Normally the more passive of the rolls. She's able to step into it and use her wrist to guide it out wide to Anderson and attacking that line. Abby Fung with an incredible shot in the middle there that probably won't make the replay, but it was almost between the legs behind the back. I'm not sure where that was, but she dug it out. 5-1 though, Ellie Tompkinson serving. Bit of a miscommunication between the Tapnell Farne Islanders there about who would take that. So, STAK Warriors have stopped this flow for now. 2-5. Seeing that there was that hesitation a moment ago down the middle, Abby Fung choosing to drive down the middle is a smart choice. Oh, Abby Fung leaving that ball thinking that was going long, but the dip on it dropped it inside the baseline. A slight worried look on Anderson's face as things don't seem to be flowing as well as they could at the moment. I'm sure they'll settle into this though. And they'll welcome that missed third shot. Giving them a serve back. Words of encouragement from Anderson to Fung. 4-6. Good dinking work from Jess Anderson there. She's been iced out of the kitchen line a little bit, and with a few chances to see the ball, she's created her opportunities there. Oh, good defence, and the moment they got a chance to get on the front foot, just didn't find the drop approach over the net. So, 7-5. Oh, big jipping drive, just clipping the net, hence the apology from Tompkinson, but it was followed up with relentless pressure from Hamilton. Oh, a lovely shot from Hamilton, putting away after the work of Tompkinson to create the pop-up. 9-5 now, 4-point lead. Oh, the clean winner down the middle as she noticed that Jess Anderson was still completing her approach to the net. Abby Fung hadn't adjusted her position over to cover that middle with the ball being down Anderson's line. They just seem a little out of shape at the moment. Hopefully they can settle in. Perhaps a timeout will be seen soon. Abby Fung with a snatch speed up two-handed backhand, looking to take pace to them. Oh, Ellie looking for the poach without the footwork. It was on the full stretch. So 6-11. What can they do on their own serve? The high drops dealt with by Tompkinson, so they maintain this 6-point lead with Hamilton serving. The return from Abby Fung going in the net, and Anderson calls a timeout. So while they have this timeout, just to look in some detail, some of the players we're seeing here. Ellie Tompkinson, who is resident at Hurlands. I believe she works there and coaches there, so a great facility for her to practice in too. She stated her regular gender doubles partner as whoever will take her. I think every player on the circuit is happy to partner with Ellie Tompkinson, and I'll take this opportunity to extend my own invite out if she ever needs a really weak left-sided player to accompany her. Oh, sorry, that's gender doubles, so no, that's me counted out of that one. I've just seen that her mixed doubles partner is James Ling, so I won't be replacing him anytime soon. James Ling is in the States at the moment. She's been playing for about 3.5 years, and I remember from talking to her that she's come from tennis in the background. Her favourite format is mixed doubles, but she's putting on a great display in this gender doubles as we get back underway at 13-6. Oh, the fast hands from Hamilton and Tompkinson, absolutely smothering the STAK Warriors there with pace. We have our first game points, and 8 of them to see off by the STAK Warriors. Oh, just a fraction too early on that pop-up. Perhaps waiting for a higher ball, but that's the first game point seen. And that drive down the line, missing wide. A call of, oh my lord, I think, from Abby Fung and Jess Anderson. And Abby Fung will take a moment to recompose themselves. They never really seemed settled in that game, whereas Hamilton and Tompkinson are sharp, and they are all over the ball at that kitchen line. Their drops are going in well. They're dipping them down to the feet. They're not spending long there before they're able to create opportunities and pop-ups, and when they have them, they're putting them away well. So the STAK Warriors, just on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the team together will be feeding in information. Team captain Josh Bright there, just having a word with his players. It's going to be partly tactics, but I think a lot of this is just lifting spirits. These are players we know can settle into a stronger rhythm than they maybe were able to execute there. So it is the Tapnell Farm Islanders to serve. Gracie Hamilton, 0-0, set 2. And that reach volley from Fung, finding the net, takes the ball wide, 1-0. Oh, it was a nice speed up by Anderson, which, although they ended up having to retreat a little, they were still in that point, and it's the net cord from Hamilton that just doesn't, falls out of reach of Abby Fung. 2-0. Oh, the call of watch from Hamilton, but the drop was lovely, and it found the feet of Fung, who didn't do enough to stop the second attack coming. 3-0 now. Lovely work from Fung on the first one, but that speed up off the back foot left by the Tapnell Farm Islanders, who are looking in flow state at the moment as they run 4 points on their serve. And that's the first for the STAK Warriors in this leg. Moment of relief for Anderson and Fung as they stop that run. 1-4. A moment of confusion over whether that ball was going out. It was left by Fung, and we saw one earlier. The amount of topspin that Hamilton and Tompkinson put on the ball makes it hard to judge. This time Anderson switching the pattern over to Hamilton. Anderson's a very good dinker and would happily sit in that pattern all day. 2-5 now. Oh, lovely play from Tompkinson. The pattern, as we see Abby Fung in the background of your shot, slapping her paddle against her thigh in frustration, but applauding the work from Tompkinson. There was nothing they could do to stop her there. Abby Fung holding her head in frustration as she puts that overhead wide of the mark. 7-2 now. Oh, lovely adjustment from Abby Fung there. On a full stretch reach volley, you can see there. And the ball wasn't too high over the net, but a great flat drive through the ball. Gets on the serve back. Oh, the work at the kitchen line from Tompkinson there to squat low and play that rolling topspin volley. It's a beautiful shot. 8-3 now. Yeah, Fung with another well-controlled flat put away. And where there's no topspin on that, it's going to skid off the surface and make resets very difficult. So she's adjusted well after that overhead went wide. The short serve after clipping the net. Hands the serve back to Tapnell Farm Islanders, 9-4. Encouragement from Anderson to Abby Fung there. It's that two-handed backhand drive, finds the feet, gets on the serve back, 5-9. But still finding it difficult to transition in. 5-point lead is resumed. And that topspin cross-court shot from Ellie Tompkinson, as I notice now that Anderson and Fung have switched sides, putting Fung on the left. But that allows Tompkinson to play that cross-court. Oh, Anderson with a behind-the-back backhand, and it's the speed up from Fung that ends the rally, or the counter rather. Tompkinson is happy to whip that topspin attack cross court into Fung at the moment. Anderson looking for a really tight touch volley. Just not finding its way over the net. We are now 13-5 in this second leg. And with that return into the net, looks like this one's going in the way of the Tapnell Farm Islanders, who will level this fixture up at 1-1 if they can close this out with one of these 9 match points. And that backhand put away from Tompkinson closes it out. Hugs at the net from Anderson and Hamilton. Fung just now recovering to the net, gets a hug from her partner and will meet the opponents at the net. But that is 1-1 now in this fixture. What a display from Hamilton and Tompkinson, who I believe we'll be seeing later in the mixed. So we do have a mix coming up, and Ellie Tompkinson will be back on. She'll be playing with Tom Turney, and that will be against Charles Bowen Rayner and Abby Fung. So Ellie coming off the back of a comprehensive victory, and Abby Fung looking, we could see, a little dejected at the end, will have a moment to pick herself up. But now she'll be supported by Charles Bowen Rayner, who we'll be seeing for the first time on the show court today. He did feature in the Premier Division last year, and it's been a frequent fixture at the top of the game. But just to complete our look at Ellie Tompkinson, who we'll see again in a moment, she describes her play style as haphazard and aggressive, but I think that's not doing it justice. There is an immense amount of control. She has a suite of shots that we've seen on display there. My favourite being the topspin drops that find the feet of her opponents, and then the transition in. But then that two-handed topspin roll volley cross court, which in that second set arrangement going into the feet of Fung was just a punishing attack. It's not one that I've seen many other players or any others play, certainly not that well. So I may have to book in for a coaching session with her at Hurlands if she can tell me how to do that one. Recent tournament performances, she's been competing in RTA, so she's been doing a lot of the European Tour RTA fixtures, and she's regularly finishing in the top 8, which if you've seen the standard in any of those is a really impressive standard to be at, especially if she's doing it consistently. So she will be featuring in the PPA Italy, as well as the English Open here on British soil. And she'll also be playing for England in the Pickleball World Cup in Vietnam. So a great one to look out for, who is going from strength to strength. And now with Tom Turney at her side, I would say look to be the favourites in this game. But that's not to count out the STAK Warriors, Charles Bowen-Rayner and Abby Fung. So Charles Bowen-Rayner comes from Roehampton Club. He's been playing almost 3 years, so a little bit longer than I have, which always makes me feel sad that I've not reached his level. His favourite format is actually to be playing team events, so he'll be enjoying the group effort they need to put in to solve this one. His play style is described as reset and grinding. Now, Tom Turney, I would probably say, is a grinder too. The athleticism we're likely to see on display here is quite something, but his reset ability, if there are any high balls that Tompkinson looks to get attacking on, we'll see how Bowen-Rayner handles those with his resets. He plays with a paddle tech paddle. Fung, his partner, playing with, looks like a paddle tech as well. Just looking at her, stood in front of me. But Bowen-Rayner, recent tournament performances, 3rd in singles and 4th in the doubles, men's doubles, at the RTA recently held in Basingstoke. He will be playing in the English Open as well as the split RTA events. He has come from other sports, so we've seen a lot of players coming from tennis. He played college golf in the US and a Nags hockey player under 16. So, multi-sport player, and looking at his physique, you can see that. Best thing about pickleball, he says, is the community, and I'd agree. If you are watching this to get an idea of the standard of British pickleball, please don't be put off about finding your local club and getting involved. The community is by far the best thing about this sport, as is echoed by our strongest players and even our newcomers. So please do go onto Pickleball England's site to find your local club. But we get this underway with Abby Fung serving for the STAK Warriors in our first mixed doubles, 0-0. Good work from Bowen-Rayner and Fung to keep the Islanders back. 1-1 now. Oh, lovely two-handed backhand drive from Tompkinson. Backhand volley, rather. Oh, the ATP from Ellie Tompkinson. Absolute silence from the crowd, but it's an incredible shot down the left-hand side of Charles Bowen-Rayner. Not sure anyone quite realised how good that was. Oh, the change of pace there into Tom's backhand. So, 2-3. STAK Warriors serving. good hands by Fung to stay in that battle there, but the last pop-up just going wide. 5-2 now. Oh, lovely work from Fung to put that away. Tompkinson opening that up with that top spin drop, which is my favourite shot of hers. Just not completing the transition as the STAK Warriors launch their own counter-attack. Questions over that ball, I think, to my eyes, that maybe more out than in on the replay, but it's hard to say. As they can't call it out, they have called it in, which is the rule, and it's the right spirit for the game. Good work from Fung there. She's starting to find her rhythm at that kitchen line. And it's actually switching the dinks over to Turney and forcing him into the rally that's causing problems.
Seven.
7-4 now to the Tapnell Farm Islanders. Yeah, good rolls from Tompkinson just to hold them back. 8-5, Ellie Tompkinson serving. Abby Fung is really starting to settle into her rhythm now. Volleys and the dinks are coming off the middle of the paddle. Far better, and there's smiles for the first time from her on show court. Oh, follows it up with a lovely drop and transition, just missing the put away, but the shot was there. 9-6 now. And that takes it to 10-6 with the serve return going long. Dipping drop from Turney, just catching the edge of the paddle from Fung. Bit of a lead opening up here at 11-6. Turney occupying more of the centre there, making his presence known. 12-7 now. And that shot just coming off the tip of the paddle of Fung. Perhaps not bouncing how Tompkinson thought it would. 8-12, 4 points in it. They're just struggling to convert on their serve, and if they're going to close this gap, they will need to do so. Otherwise, this will keep ticking on and be a first leg to the Tapnell Farm Islanders. Oh, the speed up from Turney, knowing the counter was going to be coming in the centre, knew that pattern, started it anyway and saw it through. And that gives them game points at 14-8. Turney using every bit of height in that bounce to whip the ball down to the feet of Fung, and that is the first leg sealed. The Tapnell Farm Islanders, who looked at the start to be the stronger pairing and have put on a display there. A little bit slower that game to get going. Few back and forth errors, but once that lead opens up, it's very hard to close out because you've got to score on your own serve to close it. And that, of course, means starting effectively from the back and working your way in, either through drives or drops or occasional lobs. And it just seemed to be that which the STAK Warriors weren't able to convert on. So, Team chat's happening on the right-hand side of your screen. Josh Bright having a word. Jack Edwards just relaying anything that he's seen in that. But while that's going on, let's continue our closer look at Charles Bowen Rayner. So, significant pickleball memories. He won the 4.5 singles at the English Open in 2024, which is his first tournament. I'm still not even at 4.0 singles level, and I've played a good few tournaments now, so clearly a talent from the start. His favourite shot is his inside-out forehand. We've seen that once so far. We'll see how much more he can do it. The resets have been hard to execute in this game so far because both Tompkinson and Turney direct the ball brilliantly. But the second leg is soon to get underway with Ellie Tompkinson serving for the Tapnell Farm Islanders, just waiting for the referee to call the start of play. Here we go. Moment of confusion there over who was taking the middle drop. Ellie Tompkinson, slightly critical of herself. I won't repeat what she said. But that gives the STAK Warriors a small lead, 2-1. Good drive from Fung. Now that's the weapon that she has in her arsenal, are these drives from the back of the court coming from a tennis background. She'll be pleased to get a result with that one. 3-1 now. In the middle there, we saw Tom Turney reach for a ball, miss it. Tompkinson had it. As she played the shot behind her back, Turney called out "love it" as he appreciated the save, but not enough to win that for them. 4-1 now, Fung serving. Much better start from the STAK Warriors. That drive finding the net, but it's been more effective for them this leg than their strategy last leg. So we'll see more of that, I'm sure. So, for those unaware, that fault is called because after the volley, which we won't see on the replay because it actually happened a couple of shots before, the paddle was grounded. It's classed as falling into the kitchen. Lovely Ernie we see from Bowen Rayner there. So he sees the down the line opportunity and pounces on it. Yeah, so as Fung played the volley, her paddle touched the ground afterwards, and that's part of the same momentum of the shot. Oh, much better work from Fung with her positioning there. You can see she's taking a slightly wider position just to expect those cross-court dinks, and Bowen Rayner protecting that inside foot in the middle of that. So they've definitely found their spacing better in this leg. A rare high drop from Tompkinson. Turney already moving in, expecting the drop to be as good as every other she's played. So 6-4 now. STAK. Oh, great movement from Turney, but Fung with a great counter. Finding the open space, she was a little jammed up, but still hit the target nonetheless. 7-4. Oh, a body bag there coming from Tom Turney, but it was off the net. He hadn't directed it at Abby Fung. It was going down to the ground. The net popped it up and into her. No harm done, I don't think, but apologies all the same. Tompkinson squaring up in the middle of the court. speeding up and looking to deal with the consequences, but Bowen Rayner with the quick hands to redirect that. Lovely put away from Tompkinson there. Bowen Rayner unable to get those resets tight enough. Oh, lightning quick response from Ellie Tompkinson. She speeds up with the forehand, countered by Bowen Rayner in the middle, but the two-handed backhand volley closes this now to 7-8. Incredible fortune there. High fives and apologies at the net as that drop barely trickles over. And that levels things at 8-all. Lovely step in from Fung. There wasn't a lot of height to work with, but this open palms flat put away that we've seen featured in the gender doubles is featuring here too. Lovely cross-court dink from Ellie Tompkinson. Unable to be reset by Fung, and the momentum we feel has shifted now. 9-9 Islanders. Lovely dinking again from the Islanders. They are transitioning well, and when they get there, I feel they are winning more at the kitchen line than their opponents. 10-9 now. Tom Turney looking for that same pattern we saw early on to speed up and then counter in the middle, but not making that initial speed up. 10-10 now. Abby Fung serving. And another net cord goes the way of the Tapnell Farm Islanders. So we see Bowen Rayner at full stretch. Great shot there on our slow motion replay. Oh, that drop again from Tompkinson, just inviting them into the net. And as soon as they get there, they are applying pressure. Volley dinks, topspin cross-court dinks. They are relentlessly applying it when they're there. Oh, and that counter appreciated only by Tom Turney as the smiles from the crowd, but no cheers. It was an incredible shot into that far corner. Lovely work from Tom Turney. Apologising for the slight body bag, but that takes us to 14-10. Timeout called by the STAK Warriors as they stare down 4 match points for the Tapnell Farm Islanders. So, for those that are unaware, you may have seen in the background of some of our shots, there are multiple fixtures taking place at the Bolton Arena today. So, it feels like some of these shots haven't hit the crowd's response. It's because there are such good matches going on all around here. The crowd is spread between all of them. If you are in the area and nearby, want to join us, please do come along and spectate. But if not, thank you for watching at home. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from, what club you're from, whether you've got any players of your own in the Premier Pickleball League, whether you're just here to watch the height of English pickleball, British pickleball. If you want to leave a comment, I believe you'll need to be subscribed to the channel, but hey, why not? It keeps you updated on future broadcasts of the best of English and British pickleball. But that's the timeout over. Tapnell Farm Islanders, 4 match points. And that speed up, off-pace speed up by Turney seals it. They never looked out of control with 15-8 and 15-10 victory. So we'll see in a moment what that does to the overall standings between these two teams. As we see the players make the court for our men's doubles coming up shortly. So that puts the Tapnell Farm Islanders 2-1 up after that close fought singles match to kick things off, going in favour of STAK Warriors. Tapnell Farm have then claimed 2 doubles in a row, both in 2 legs. So the women's doubles was a comprehensive victory, and I'd say that mixed doubles was 2. Next up, we have the men's doubles. So you'll see them warming up behind our graphic, but I'll introduce you to the players. Josh Bright and Charles Bowen Rayner for the STAK Warriors. We have seen already Josh Bright featuring in the singles with some absolute wizardry at his paddle. Charles Bowen Rayner in that last game, not seeing as much of the ball as his partner, and they are up against Dan Wren, a left-hander with a big counter hit on the forehand side, and Adrian Jimenez, who has big looping topspin drives, fast footwork. While we look to see more information about the players on court, just to conclude on Charles Bowen Rayner. He played PPL last season, I mentioned earlier. He's really enjoyed the team side of it. So a chance to dig in with his teammates here and try and recover this, I'm sure he'll be enjoying the experience of. He's played with Josh Bright a few times in men's, and he's put that down as something that he's enjoyed. So he'll be looking forward to partnering him in this team this season and also in this match. So it'll be lovely to see how it flows between them if they've got experience playing together before. He's also played with Jack Edwards, their third man in previous RTA events, or he has done for the first time this year. I've played with Jack Edwards this year as well, and I can say he's an absolutely incredible partner to play with. His court coverage is fantastic. He was also on the same PPL team as Abby last year, so they played together before. Didn't quite find their rhythm here, but I mean, it's hard when you're staring down Eddie Tompkinson and Tom Turney. Eddie Tompkinson in particular, I felt, just with her selection of shots, really took ownership of that game. But here we have it, a new game to watch. Josh Bright, Charles Bowen Rayner, Dan Wren, Adrian Jimenez finishing their warm-up, and they'll be underway soon. Adrian Jimenez comes from the Belfast Pickleball Club. He normally partners Harry Hamilton, who we saw earlier, in gender doubles. He doesn't have a regular partner for mixed. He's been playing about 3 years, so same as Charles Bowen Rayner. He much prefers doubles over singles, and his play style he describes as fast hands, consistent dinks, and powerful shots. So, Charles Bowen Rayner to serve. Let's see how that plays out in this game. 0-0. That drive going wide, just 1-1 now. Yeah, it was the first third shot we saw in play, and that was enough to transition in and win that point. So the first lead opening up for the Tapnell Farm Islanders. Yeah, good speed up there from Bowen Rayner, straight down the middle. I'm sure when Dan Wren starts to read those, he will be counter-hitting them straight back, but that left-right-hander hesitancy over who's taking the middle may have played a part in that. Right, looking for a speed up there. Laughing and smiling to Bowen Rayner. Perhaps to suggest he didn't think that was his best choice of shot, but it wasn't far off. So a little looseness at the start of this one. So players find their rhythm. 3-4 now. Fantastic return from Jimenez finding the baseline, but good job from the STAK Warriors to work their way in. 4-all. Yeah, good hands from the Islanders there. Handling the pace well, and I wonder if that's something that Josh Bright and Charles Bowen Rayner will be aware of and will try to avoid. Well, the ATP clear of the net post, but just sailing long from Josh Bright. It was the slice that he put on the ball that stopped it from dipping. 6-4 now. The lob goes up from Jimenez. Let's push them back. A little unfortunate there. The ball just didn't catch a full bounce off the floor, and that was why that reset went in the net. But a smart lob from Jimenez there. And that serve return going long puts us at a 4-point lead. 8-4. Good call from Josh Bright there. Stops the flow for a moment. So 5-8 now. Josh Bright. That volley going long from Jimenez now. 6-8. Josh Bright doing a dainty little leap into the air there to try and encourage that one over. Even that wasn't enough. 9-6. Yes, tidy work from the Islanders there. Apologies for that net cord. But that puts us back into a 4-point game. 10-6 to the Islanders. Yeah, so I think I had a call from Josh Bright to say don't miss our thirds. There's recognising that unforced errors is playing a big part in this game. As we see that serve return go long. Good flick from Jimenez. Pushing Bright deep into his backhand corner. Bright trying to roll the dink in, but it was too high, and Jimenez capitalised on that with a flick. 11-8 now. Another lovely angle from Josh Bright. Gets on the serve back. So, 9-11. 2 points in it. Can they score on their serve to close that further? Big, deep serve from Josh Bright. It's a slice serve. And that's one of them back. 10-11. And that speed up. Well left by Dan Wren. Not getting drawn into that. 12-10. Back to a 2-point game. Yeah, good calm hands from Bowen Rayner, redirecting that ball. And we called out earlier the inside-out forehand is one of his favourite shots. So switching it from the middle down the line is one that he plays regularly. 11-12. That just called wide. Not much in it, but agreed by Josh Bright. 13-11 now. Getting close to that 15 mark to take the first leg. Yeah, big speed up from Bowen Rayner. Straight into the body of Dan Wren, knowing he likes that forehand counter and jamming him up on the inside of it. 12-13. I think maybe a bad bounce. But 14-12, game points. Yeah, it's good work from Bowen Rayner. Seeing Dan Wren recover from the first stink, straight back to the middle, left that wide angle open. They have a second match point, game point to defend, but it's on their serve. 13-14. Oh, the pattern read by Bowen Rayner. Hitting the Ernie. A look from Adrian Jimenez to the ref. I think hopeful that there was a foot fault, but nothing given at all. It was clean, and that's 14-all now. 2 points clear to take the leg. Oh, that's a really good speed up from Jimenez there. Didn't look on at all. He hit it from so low, but jammed Josh Bright up. And that gives them another game point, 15-14. The ball was up and there to be hit. Dan Wren just lifting his torso over that ball and hitting it down into the net. But they created the opportunity, so that's now 15-all. Back to the STAK Warriors serving. Good speed up this time from Bright. Just clipping the net, I believe, on the way through. Or maybe not, just clipping the top of the panel from Jimenez. So 16-15, a game point of their own, having defended, I believe, 3 against them. Oh, sharp hands from Jimenez there. Reading that down the line, inside out, forehands. And that ties things up again at 16-all. Yeah, Josh Bright making his forehand a presence in the middle. Another opportunity they have now, but it's on their serve. Can they get the transition in? And then can they close this out? The flick just goes long from Josh Bright. He did all he needed to do but finish it. 17-all. Who's going to take this one? The drop finding the net. As we see Jimenez with this frustration, but it's the STAK Warriors smiles with another chance. 18-17 now. And that drive is enough to do it as Adrian Jimenez volleys it into the net. High fives the net and smiles to the STAK Warriors, who have taken that first leg. 19-17, they defended an initial 3 game points against them. And after a few times of asking, I think on the 3rd or 4th time, they closed it out themselves. So is that the first step towards tying this fixture up at 2-2? They'll need to get another set out of the next two potentially to do that, but they've started well. So Adrian Jimenez, as we were speaking about, plays with the Jula Cosmos 16mm paddle. Recent tournament performances is the champion at the Irish Open 2026. He will be playing the English Open this year. He also plays the RTA Tour and PPL Europe. On top of his pickleball success, he played Spanish football first division under 19s. And he is a pickleball coach at the Lisbon Pickleball Club. And also organises tournaments out there. So a keen sportsman. Let's see what he's got to offer with Dan Wren as they try to take this to a decider. Dan Wren to serve. Good patience from Dan Wren at the net there. Yeah, good work from Jimenez on the drop. Causes the pop-up and pounced on by Dan Wren. 2-0, good start from the Islanders. Apologies for the slight net in the middle there, but the speed up from Josh Bright neatly dealt with by Adrian Jimenez. 3-0 now. A big put away from Josh Bright down the middle. Stops the bleed and gets them the serve at 1-3. Oh, it's a lovely flick from Josh Bright at full reach. Not a lot of pace, but good spin to keep it low. Puts them at 2-3. Oh, big fast hands from Bowen Rayner, but the last just sailing a few inches long at the baseline. 4-2. Dan Wren to serve. Oh, lovely flick from Dan Wren. All four players putting on a flick masterclass. If there's a ball to be reached, they'll be taking it out of the air. 5-2, Jimenez. Smart speed up from Dan Wren. Catching Josh Bright with his paddle down. 6-2 now. Oh, and it is another flick, this time the forehand flick from Bowen Rayner. All teams looking to pounce on any loose ball, and it doesn't need to be much, just needs to be reachable. Those that are starting the speed ups tend to be winning. Josh Bright with the solo shake and rake. The drive followed up with a crash, just missing the put away. So it's the Islanders with a 7-3 lead. Another flick from Josh Bright, keeping it incredibly low over the net, making the counter very hard. You don't want to be putting the ball up. 4-7 now. Bowen Rayner surprised that one came back. He hit the speed up and then almost did nothing with the ball that came back to him. So far, it's been the speed up that's been enough to win the point. So good hands from Jimenez to read that. That's the flick from Jimenez. This is a kitchen line attacking fest here. But it's the Islanders who have the upper hand. 9-4 to the Tapnell Farm Islanders. Foot fault called on Jimenez. So actually, as you can see on that slow motion replay, after he played the volley, he moved forward still with the momentum from the same shot, and that's considered part of the shot motion. Oh, and I think that worry about his feet has just left his reach a little short there. Closing the gap a little here, the STAK Warriors. So I think we'd prefer to see this dealt with in two. Josh Bright, a call of that's better. And a timeout called from the Tapnell Farm Islanders. And I can't blame them. There was a real shift there. STAK Warriors look to be trailing for a big part of this. But here they are now, 1 point in it. With the serve in hands. So flicks we've seen at every opportunity at the kitchen line. Nobody's interested in keeping the ball down and thinking if they can reach it. And most of the time, those speed ups are enough, apart from that one stunning counter from Jimenez that just caught Bowen Rayner completely sleeping from his own speed up. But Josh Bright also putting on a drive and crash masterclass. We saw him in the singles earlier. He can place that ball really low over the net with the topspin. By driving into the middle, he's just causing enough decision time that the ball is not being countered down to his feet, and he can follow that in and volley the next one and try to swarm them. And but for a few errors we saw, it is working as he starts to find his rhythm. So, 8-9. What will we see here? That ATP attempt from Jimenez. Just going wide of the line. Trying to loop his paddle around the outside of it, but that squares it up at 9-all. That ball just out of the arena if the wall wasn't there, as Josh Bright makes a jumping overhead attempt and catches the top edge of his paddle. If Josh Bright does it, I don't feel so bad about doing it myself. 10-9 now. Oh, an incredible ATP from Josh Bright. Made it look simple, but getting around the outside of the board, you can even see his paddle clip the barrier as he played that and followed it up with a forehand volley put away. 10-10. Oh, and the flick read this time by Dan Wren, who counters it back down at Josh Bright. Encouragement for Jimenez as they have ball in hand, 11-10. Good speed up from Jimenez. Perhaps slightly snatched at by Josh Bright, but showing that he read what was coming. Just couldn't put it away. 12-10 now. A small lead opening up. Full reach from Josh Bright on that forehand roll volley. using every inch of reach needed to get that ball down. The slice serve going wide. It's a gift to the Islanders at this stage in the game. 13-11. It's the race to 15. Oh, and the speed up attempt read by Dan Wren, who puts a finger up in the air and says no. 14-11. Game points. Good work from Bowen Rayner, seeing the gap down the middle as Jimenez had approached quicker than his partner Dan Wren, but still 2 more game points. 12-14. STAK Warriors serving. Oh, Josh Bright with the flick from about as low as a volley can be taken. Dan Wren countering it with the forehand, but Josh Bright this time ready, knowing it was coming. 13-14. Can they save the last of these game points? Oh, an incredible reset in the middle of that. But it's Bowen Rayner with the speed up, and then ultimately that's enough to win the point. 14-all. 2 points clear needed. Can STAK close this out? And that serve return into the net is a gift to Bright and Bowen Rayner, who now have a match point at 15-14 to level up the fixture. And the resets from Bowen Rayner were enough to just force the error, finally getting Jimenez to switch to a dink, which goes in the net. And after trailing for most of that leg, they've closed it out in 2. And that has leveled the fixture up now at 2 matches apiece. So it's STAK Warriors that have taken that one, and the singles, and the Tapnell Farm Islanders who have taken the women's doubles and the first of our mixed. So still to play, we have 2 more games in this fixture unless we go to a dream breaker. So first we'll see the women's singles, and that's going to be Ellie Tompkinson, who is a serious singles player, against Abby Fung, who we've seen so far in the women's doubles and the mixed doubles. And then finally we will see our last mixed doubles of the day that will be contested by Tessa Bruins and Adrian Jimenez. Tessa we've not yet seen in this fixture. Adrian we've just seen. They will go up against Jess Anderson, who we saw earlier, and Jack Edwards, who we've not yet seen in this fixture. But first, we have our singles to play. On paper, I feel like Ellie Tompkinson has this, but Abby Fung, coming from tennis background, she's at university on, I believe, a tennis scholarship. We will have 2 minutes of warm-up first and then get this one underway. If you know these players or you're familiar with them and you've got your thoughts on who's going to get this one, please do let us know in the comments down below. You will need to subscribe to the channel if you're not a subscriber. You know, some may not be familiar with the YouTube format. It doesn't cost anything at all. All it will do is, if you have a YouTube account, it will just recommend any videos and keep you informed of future videos and live streams as they happen. So if you want to stay abreast of what's happening in British Pickleball, please do subscribe to the channel, and then you can leave your comments down below. Let the players know that you're watching. If you're watching this back on replay afterwards, please let us know what you've thought of the stream, and without cheating and skipping ahead, let us know who you think will take this one. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, leaving a like can be hugely helpful just for us to know how it's being received. We're always grateful to hear the audience that we're reaching in British pickleball. And these players, of course, are playing for glory, but they're all very aware that by doing events like this and the tournaments that are streamed through the Picklebee live streams, that we're raising the profile of British pickleball and showing you what it's able to produce. Many of these events, there are 6 of these throughout the season. They tour across the country. The next is in Tunbridge Wells in Kent in September, which is my somewhat local. There are often clinics run by the experienced players. They run coaching clinics. There's often a festival as well, so there's a lot of organised play for non-Premier players. A chance to mix in with other players from the area. Get some good competitive matches in, box leagues, that sort of thing. And chance to be in amongst this environment where there's a lot of good fixtures, a lot of good games happening. You can see the speed of this stuff in person if you come along to one of these events. But of course, we try our best to bring as much of this excitement to you through our broadcast here as well. So do let us know if you're watching at home and where you're watching from. So Ellie Tompkinson just fastening up her shoelaces. Wishing Abby Fung good luck and a good game. Abby Fung will be serving first. The fixture is tied up. This one will put one of the 2 teams into a 3-2 lead. Who will it be? Lovely start from both players early on. A good baseline exchange. Just a ball on court from a neighbouring match. Tompkinson to serve, 1-0. The serve clipping the net, just catching Fung off pace with her footwork into the ball. 2-0. Oh, lovely work at the net by Fung. At one point doing a full 360 after the volley and eventually forcing the attempted pass into the net by Tompkinson. So that's the first on the board for Abby. 1-2 now. Oh, an incredible slice passing shot from Ellie Tompkinson on full stretch, putting it beyond the reach of Abby Fung. Both players still finding their feet here as they get used to each other's pace and angles. Big deep return from Ellie Tompkinson, who then looks to make a driving approach, just clipping the net, but some form behind that two-handed backhand. Ball 3 Tompkinson now. Oh, an incredible shot right onto the outside line by Tompkinson. Abby Fung did really well to nearly get that back. Tompkinson just a little more inconsistent on that two-handed backhand than we're used to seeing. I'm sure she'll adjust. She finds her feet in this game. Coming from doubles to singles is quite a transition. The shots, the patterns are very different. I'm sure we'll see that warm up, but it's 4-5. Abby Fung. Just clipping the net on her approach, but showing an intent to come in. She did well last time she was at the net. Oh, and 2 shots in a row to that backhand side of Abby Fung. First clipping the net and the second catching the line. 7-4 now, Tompkinson. And again into that backhand side. This time with a dipping backhand drive. Abby Fung throwing the paddle up. She puts that serve return long. A bit of a run here for Tompkinson as she's found her rhythm. 9-4. Oh, incredible work. Just putting that prod out of the reach of Fung and over to the side and recovering from a near certain lost position to win the point. Great hustle from Eddie Tompkinson. 10-4. The call of, oh, bend your knees from Eddie Tompkinson as he puts that approach drive into the net. So Abby Fung, a moment of relief from the serve of Tompkinson. Gets it back on her own. 5-10. Good work from Fung to drive that ball down the line to the forehand side of Tompkinson. 6-10 now. 4 points in it. And that slightly slapped return from Tompkinson. She looks slightly frustrated with a few errors that have been uncharacteristic at this stage in the game. But makes up for it again, hitting those lines on the backhand side of Fung, using every inch of the court. 11-7 now. A big wind up and drive. The height was there, but it was just wide of the sideline. Abby Fung now 8-11. Can she score on her own serve to close this gap? Targeting that backhand side of Tompkinson. And it's worked for the last couple of points. This time the approach to the net put pressure on the passing shot. 9-11. A serve deep into the backhand. Completes a 3-point run. That'll be Fung. 10-11. Oh, incredible hands from Abby Fung to catch that on full stretch down the forehand side and paddle it back into the open court. 11-all. Oh, great composure from Tompkinson to not just paint lines, but keep the ball under control. Gets the serve back. Stops the recovery from Fung. Oh, the depth on these shots is what's holding both players back from coming into the net. And that now puts us at 13-11 to Eddie Tompkinson as the timeout is called by Abby Fung of the STAK Warriors. Fixture all square and not much in this singles game anymore. Tompkinson with a slight upper hand, but there's been a real shift where Abby Fung has found her feet and has caused some difficulty. Targeting deep into that backhand corner, doing to Eddie Tompkinson what she's had done for her. So wide deep into the backhand is the target for both players, but getting the space to be able to step in and either hit a forehand or a backhand drive off the front foot into that corner is the challenge. And it's big serves, big returns that are keeping both players on the back foot and unable to hit that angle. So it's Eddie Tompkinson looking calm and composed with the ball in hand. Abby Fung looking ready to counter here. That serve called long by Fung. 12-13. And that passing shot going wide. Abby Fung has leveled things up at 13-all. It's the race to 15. Oh, it's a big backhand from Ellie Tompkinson that set up the shorter return, and then the punishing drive from the forehand gives her the first game point of this match. 14-13 though, only 1 point in it. And that serve return goes long, and a 2-point game seals the first leg. At 15-13, Tapper paddles and a moment to recalibrate. Abby Fung makes her way over to her team as Ellie Tompkinson gathers the ball and does the same. So, a closer look at Abby Fung. She doesn't have a club affiliation. Her regular partner for gender doubles is Rachel McRae, who we saw in our earlier fixture. She's been playing for about 2 years on and off. I know she mixes it in with her tennis. She prefers singles and then also gender doubles, so she's very much in her element here, and we've seen that. I mean, 13-15 is a close result. She enjoys the singles actually because it means she needs to use her movement more and footwork, which is the same reason that I hate singles. But she does enjoy doubles too, and her favourite shot is the double-handed backhand, but we can see Ellie Tompkinson is hitting that so deep in the corner that she's not able to step in and play the shot that she wants. Abby Fung did go to Essex University to study, play tennis and study. If you are watching and supporting from Essex University, please like the video and drop a comment just to show your support for Abby as she looks to recover this game and claim the second leg. But it's Ellie Tompkinson to serve. This phrase I can repeat for a change from Ellie Tompkinson as she calls herself a numpty for that one. 1-0 Abby Fung. Oh, the depth on the shots from Tompkinson gets a clap from her team. Tessa Bruins on the sideline. Tessa will be playing for South Africa in the World Cup in Vietnam, so they may be opponents there as Ellie is going there to represent England. The lob pass landing in to the change of pace. Hard for Ellie Tompkinson to read the trajectory of. That levels us at 2-2 now. A moment of frustration from Tompkinson. She sends that backhand long. Makes the adjustment, but this time catching the ball a little later in her swing. Just hitting down onto it. 4-2 Fung now. Oh, an incredible passing shot from Ellie Tompkinson. Looks to put previous frustrations out the way. That shot goes wide there from Abby Fung. Apologies if you're lacking the sound from our show court mics. So we look to get that corrected. But I'll call it while you can watch it. It's now 6. Oh. Correction to the score there from the referee. Just a moment of confusion there. 6-4, Abby Fung serving. So apologies for any interruption you had to the sound there. Hopefully we've got that corrected. Oh, an incredible return from Eddie Tompkinson, wide to the backhand side of Abby Fung. Eddie Tompkinson with a purposeful walk back to the baseline. Really refocusing herself. She taps her head with her paddle in frustration, visible in Eddie Tompkinson's body language as she smiles, I think, as she hears me say that. Just finding herself a little loose on the ground strokes, and it's the right time, I think, to call the timeout. She's just not as sharp and focused as we saw in that first leg, and Abby Fung doing a really great job to keep the ball in play, keep it consistent, not make errors of her own, and capitalise on these opportunities while they're being offered to her. Abby Fung has her own singles pedigree. She won the Winter French Open 2026 singles gold medal. Also the University Championship 2026 silver medalist. And 2025 Bolton Open Triple Crown. That ball just not catching much of a bounce, and Tompkinson getting caught reaching for it. She refocuses herself. Makes a brilliant correction with that forehand, getting the feet in the right place, and it's really the footwork that drives where the ball's hit in the stance. 6-10 now. Can she close back this 4-point gap? And it seems to be a Tapnell Farm signature as Tom Turney cheers his teammate on for carrying on the form of destroying barriers. They've clearly come with a vendetta against these obstructions. At 11-6, Abby Fung. That ball is called wide. A lot of focus on Eddie Tompkinson here, but again praise to Abby Fung for staying consistent, capitalising on the errors from Tompkinson. Maintains a 4-point lead, 7-11. Abby Fung looking for the looping cross court, just sending it long, not managing to get the top spin on it she wanted. And with that serve returning to the net, are we seeing a little shift here as we are now 9-11 with Tompkinson serving? I think Abby Fung has a question of whether there's a timeout available, and on hearing so, takes it immediately. That 4-point lead went to a 2-point lead in just a couple of shots. So, is this the shift that Eddie Tompkinson needs to put her back into fight mode? For a moment, it seemed like she got a little absorbed with almost a hesitancy on her shots. You make a few errors and you can start to doubt things and overcorrect. But she's settled back into it, and it's Abby Fung who hasn't had to do too much for a while and is now being forced to make the shots herself and has missed a couple. We are down to a 2-point game. And with Eddie Tompkinson taking the first 15-13, she'll be wanting to recover this gap and see this out in 2. Or will we be going to a third and final set? 9-11. Oh, good work from Abby Fung just to keep that ball in play. That last one was perhaps going long, but with the open court available, she made sure of it. Oh, an incredible sequence from Eddie Tompkinson. The backhand return, and then the volley, a single-handed volley on the move. Gets to the serve back, 10-12. And that serve return going long puts it 11-12 now, a 1-point game where we've been seeing 4 to 5 points the gap for most of this leg. And the two-handed backhand pass from Tompkinson cross court levels things out at 12-12. She's 3 points away from sealing this match, but there's still work to do. Good work from Abby Fung there. Some really deep shots coming in from Tompkinson. But Fung defending well and getting the ball back in hand. 13-12 in her favour now. Oh, an incredible passing shot from Fung. Tompkinson did everything she needed to ask the question, but Fung was there to answer it. And she has 2 game points of her own. 14-12. The depth on these shots from Tompkinson, every time she's aiming for the baseline, it is landing so close that it's causing Abby to hesitate and watch it right to the bounce. 13-14, second game point. Serve hits the net. Just incredible from Tompkinson. I think she hit a sideline and then the baseline. And that shot finally going into the net levels things out again. 2 points clear needed to seal it. 14 all. Fung with a net of her own. And the apology takes it 15-14 in her favour. Another game point opportunity. Can she take it this time? And the serve goes long, but it was not. Sorry, it was called long. I thought for a moment that Eddie Tompkinson hadn't called it. But that takes us to 15 all. Referee also didn't hear the call. So, where Eddie Tompkinson heard point 15, she thought that was the score being called. But here we are, 15 all. Eddie Tompkinson with an incredible slice. Fung kept that shot so low that there was no way Tompkinson could topspin that. She still put the pressure on. Match point, 16-15. Fung with an incredible get and Tompkinson opting for the lob. I thought she was going to go cross court, but the slice lob never having anything on it to dip it. And that is 16 all. Who's going to claim this second leg? I think a generous call on that serve was perhaps long, but while you're focused on playing the shot, it's hard to call it. But credit to Fung. Took the opportunity and hit the line, has created another game point to tie this at 1 set all. Tompkinson with the backhand forehand sequence. She is hitting the big shots at the right moments here. Now 17 all. Oh, the punishing forehand. Fung popping that one up in the air to buy time. Tompkinson using every bit of that height and whipping it down to the baseline. Gives her another match point opportunity. 18-17. Oh, an incredible cross-court drive from Tompkinson. Took enough pace off it to dip it down, and Fung not able to get that up and over the net and controlled. And what a victory from Tompkinson. She found herself behind for most of that leg, unable to put her shots into play in the way that she wanted. But there was a really palpable sense of focus that changed. And when she stepped in and hit her two-handed backhands crisp, you could hear the ball fizzing off her paddle. And for Fung, that was just too punishing to have that on both the backhand and forehand wings hit into her. But that now puts the Tapnell Farm Islanders, the Barrier Destroyers, at 3-2 up in this fixture, which means if they claim this mixed doubles, they will claim the victory. However, if STAK Warriors claim this one, with Jack Edwards and Jess Anderson taking to the court, they will take us to a dream breaker. The height of entertainment, as 4 players from each team will take turns in singles to play 4 points each. But we're not there yet. We have our final mixed doubles to determine how this fixture is going to end. We have Adrian Jimenez, who we saw earlier, likes the fast hands, likes a flick. Tessa Bruins, left-hander, big drives, aggressive. She's really good at the poaching movement in the middle of the court. When they're at the baseline and they see an opportunity for a volley, she'll pounce on it and drive it. Favours down the line when the opportunity's there. Often that's targeted and mixed at the man who would be in that opposite position. But in this case, we have Jack Edwards, who is a lefty. So Tessa Bruins will often, I think, be hitting that drive at Jess Anderson's direction. Now, Jack Edwards we've not seen on show court today, but he is a player who has grown in strength from when I saw him here first at the English Nationals 2024, and I met him in a group stage match, and he was new to the sport, and I was glad for that because I got a victory over him. That's probably, apart from one other time, the last time I've beaten him. He has grown immensely in his game. He's also a highly competitive golfer, playing recently in the Open qualifying. I believe he's beyond scratch as a golfer, so unfortunately he can do everything. Big left-hander. As I said earlier, he's developed his kitchen game hugely. Reminiscent, I think, of Lewis Oak, actually, in the way he moves around the kitchen line and sends attacking topspin volleys from all angles. Lewis Oak, of course, getting the mention there because he's agreed to partner me in the English Open this year, which I'm sure will be the last time after he experiences that. But Jack Edwards growing his game. What we can also expect to see from him is if the ball is up anywhere about a foot or so above the net and reachable, he's going to be there with his forehand. He can cover a huge amount of court. And the sequence I can tell you now will be a couple of putaways down the middle, and as soon as he gets a short pull, he's going to be putting that out wide cross court. So from his forehand out wide to the right, thumping it. So anyone in the crowd in that direction is not safe. We saw somebody earlier on a comfy chair in the distance, and we can see another fixture going on. I can see some spectators getting hit in this one if Jack Edwards gets his paddle on it. But it's the STAK Warriors with the work to do to level out this fixture and take us to a dream breaker. Or can Adrian Jimenez and Tessa Bruins seal it now? Jack Edwards serving 0-0. And there we see that court coverage from Edwards. This is likely to be a pacey affair at the kitchen line, not just with speed-ups. Aggressive dinks from all 4 players. 1-0. There we see that court coverage coming a long way over from Jack Edwards. Uncharacteristic miss, though, from him. 1-1. Oh, the speed up there. Not overly fast, but enough to catch Tessa Bruins unaware with her paddle down. 2-1 now. Big serve from Jack Edwards, who used to regularly ice his elbow because of the whip he would get on his serve and drives. He's adjusted that slightly. Ooh. Big counter hit effort from Edwards, finding the net there. One to look out for as he warms up, but good work from Jimenez to get that two-handed backhand down low. 2-3, Tessa Bruins. Oh, lovely flick from Adrian Jimenez. If you can hear squeaking on our mics, it's because Adrian Jimenez is constantly shuffling his feet on the approach. That gives you some idea as to how tuned in he is with his movement. Good work from the STAK Warriors there. 4-3. Jack Edwards serving, clips the net, and it just falls short of the kitchen line. So we are all square now at 4-4. Unclear which way this one's going to go at this early stage. The crowd is starting to build up as fixtures finish around the hall. Will we be seeing this go to a dream breaker? This Anderson with the apologies to Jack Edwards as that drop just finds the net. 5-5 now. Adrian Jimenez serving. And that's exactly the shot I called earlier. As soon as that ball is up and short, he is hitting that angle out wide. Fortunately, the lounger chair that was over there has moved now. Once they change ends, it's our spectators who will be at risk from that one. Oh, just snatched that with a groan from the crowd. Smiles from Jess Anderson and Jack Edwards, grateful for that interception of the paddle of Bruins. But really good work from Bruins early on to control the pace of Edwards. And for Anderson to find her place while her partner is covering so much of that kitchen line. Oh, and the skim over the net. Call of yes, Jess from Jack Edwards rather than sorry to the opponents. He likes that drive. Small gap opening up here. 8-5 to the STAK Warriors. Lovely dip, and now a timeout called by Jimenez without even a moment to ask his partner. He is off the court already. Clearly frustrated with a couple of errors there. But it's Jack Edwards and Jess Anderson, who have taken a lead 9-5. And kudos to Jess. I don't know how much play they've had together, but it is hard to get used to this level of coverage. Jess, who often plays with Sam Anderson, and Sam would be playing on the other side and would allow a lot more of the balls to go to Jess. But Jack, once he gets to the kitchen line, it's really hard to keep it away from him, and that puts a lot of pressure on the opponents. I wonder whether we'll be seeing Jimenez try to go down Jack Edwards' line just to keep him honest. But 4-point lead with Jess Anderson serving. Adrian Jimenez just concluding his towel down. 9-5. Jack pouncing on that, creating the speed up, and then leaving Jess Anderson to deal with the consequences while she was about a meter behind him. A good leave from Jack Edwards. Whether he intended to or not, it's not clear, but there's that flick we saw from Jimenez earlier in the men's game. Not making the court. 10-6 now, Jack Edwards. Big serve into Tessa Bruins. Opens up a bigger lead, 11-6. Jess Anderson, who'd normally favour to make a reset like that, but good topspin whip from Jimenez down to her feet. Gets them the serve back, 7-11 now. And an error Jimenez will be frustrated with there. A time when they really needed to score on their own serve. hands it back to Jack Edwards. The last serve return, I think, went into the net from Tessa Bruins. Can she get this back? Yeah, bigger coverage from Jimenez. I think the left-right-hander combo is just causing a bit of hesitation in the middle. Whereas Jack Edwards is commandingly taking them. Jimenez has been a little more reluctant at first, but we've seen him step in there. Good work from Anderson to speed that one up. The loopy dink from Jimenez, not tight enough. 13-8 now. 5-point lead. Yeah, I like that Edwards has left a little more for Jess Anderson, who's more than capable of holding her own at that point in the kitchen line, but pop up just flicked by Jimenez into the body of Edwards. Oh, it was a lovely shot from Tessa Bruins. The cross court caught Jack Edwards chasing it, but just got to it in time and clipped the net. Fortunately, taking them to game point, 14-9. And that drop going into the net means the remainder of these game points will need to be defended on their serve. Correction to the score from the umpire. 10-14. And the looping dink from Jack Edwards, catching Tessa Bruins, looking for the volley, and that topspin just stopping it short. So that's the first leg to the STAK Warriors, who need this to take this fixture to a dream breaker. Tapnell Farm Islanders just need this last game to avoid the dream breaker and to win the fixture outright. So far, it looks to be, though, Jack Edwards and Jess Anderson who are very much in control of this. Tessa Bruins has not been seen yet in this fixture, so maybe coming in a little bit cold, perhaps a little bit nervy. While everyone else, apart from Jack Edwards on court, has played before, Jack Edwards has come in all guns blazing and is on it. A reminder that Jack Edwards played in the Challenger division last year. Did exceptionally well, but demonstrated enough through that and his recent tournament performances to earn a rightful draft into the Premier League, and he is showing now why he deserves that. So all the time in the timeout here being taken by Tapnell Farm Islanders, knowing that if they can pull this out the bag in the next two legs, they won't need to go to a dream breaker. So, second leg, Tessa Bruins to serve. 0-0. So, some confusion there because Jack Edwards just felt that the ball was out, but there was no call from Jimenez. But recognizing that everyone else seemed to think the ball was out, he sort of pulled it out after the fact, which is an interesting move, but probably fair all in all. Yeah, big flick from Jack Edwards. I gave him about 3 minutes of coaching on that shot, so I'll take the credit for it. Oh, big coverage from Jimenez, but it's the drop from Anderson that sets that up. Getting Jimenez having to hit up on the dipping drop. And Jack Edwards there to take advantage. The serve goes long. So, 2-2. Islanders with the ball back in hand. Good speed up from Jess Anderson. She's very happy sitting in the dinks, but will pounce on any opportunity she can, knowing that Tessa Bruins will be looking to do the same. 3-2. Call from Tom Turney to his team saying, use it, guys, let's go. He's looking for a little run on their serve here. Will they get it? Jack Edwards reading the drive was coming down the line and protecting his partner, who was still coming back in off the serve, and then punishing the volley when it was there. 4-4. Oh, an unfortunate miss from Jess Anderson there. Aggressive angle on those drops. Apologies. 4-4 now. Good work from Anderson, catching Bruins in the transition zone. Still just a 1 point game back and forth at the moment. Yeah. Just Anderson just struggling as Jack Edwards comes all the way across to know that it's safe to move in and occupy that place on the kitchen for her next shot. 5-5 now. Oh, and the net clip nearly returned by Jack Edwards as he had a second swing at it, as we see on the replay here. Expecting the ball in one position, suddenly had a higher one to deal with. 6-5, Tessa Bruins. And that return goes long. Now 7-5. Encouragement from Jess Anderson to Jack Edwards as she senses his rhythm has just shifted slightly. Impressive from Jack Edwards there until he missed that last one. He'd anticipated where that ball was coming even before Jimenez played it and pre-moved and predicted correctly. As you may have seen just out of camera shot, I think Jimenez has just caught Tessa Bruins on the head with his paddle. All hugs and smiles and laughter. Hopefully no concussion. I'm reliably informed it wasn't intentional, so let's not judge Adrian for anything we're seeing here. He's very apologetic. But a timeout still here for STAK Warriors just to regroup, get their composure back. Eight 5, 3 point leads. Ambitious speed up from Jimenez. Stares down the baseline as his second one goes long. It was long. Good work from Edwards to defend that initial attack. Yeah, they're doing all they can to keep the ball away from Edwards at their kitchen line. They're still not exploring going down his line, but at the moment, they're maintaining a lead here. As a few errors are creeping into the game with the STAK Warriors. 9-6, Jimenez. And the flick there, but Jimenez frustrated with himself as he sends that one long. He created the opportunity. Didn't manage to capitalize with a put away. Now 7-9. Can they score on their own serve? This time they do go down Edwards' line. And it gave them the opportunity, but it's Jess Anderson who hits the counter hit into Bruins. And that's the first on their serve we've seen for a little while. 8-9 now. Oh, the call of no, but Tessa Bruin says, doesn't matter, I can finish the point anyway, with a head height counter on the backhand. Sorry, forehand. She's left-handed. 10-8 now. And Edwards putting that return long. This is the final part of his game, I think, to iron out. It's just the consistency at performing at the level that he does. And there we see that coverage. So 9-11. This will maintain a 2-point gap unless they can score on their own serve. Can they do it on this opportunity with Jess Anderson serving? Oh, Tessa Bruins this time anticipating the speed up as Jess Anderson wound up. Perhaps a little too clear for Tess that was coming, and she was ready for it. 12-9 now. Edwards with a beautiful touch. Ernie, we see him leap across the kitchen line and having the sense to just delicately coerce that over the net. Down to the feet of Bruins. 10-12. Edwards with the flying attack as he pounced on this ball that he'd set up. And there we see him launching over the kitchen line for what's known as a Burt. 11-12 now. Good return from Jimenez. Oh, and this time the counter from Edwards, forcing Jimenez to try to use every angle he could. But perhaps a slight snatch at it puts it wide, and that levels things out at 12-all. And a timeout has been called by the Tapnell Farm Islanders as Jimenez looks just to take a few moments of breath on the left-hand side of your screen there. Just sensing that Jack Edwards has found a bit of rhythm and a few mistakes of their own or loose shots. Just wants to stop this and recompose himself. Crucially, they will need to win this leg to take it to a third. If not, we'll be seeing a dream breaker here in our final show court match of the weekend. If you have been watching most of the stream all weekend, please let us know in the comments what your favourite match has been and why it was mine against Johnny and Lewis. If you went for one of the others, let us know which one it was. If it's this one, I can understand why. We've got drama at 12-all with Jack Edwards serving. Jimenez takes a final towel down. Slightly more worried look between him and Tessa Bruins. They face down Jack Edwards with the momentum on his side. Just as I say that, he places the drop into the net. And of course, it's a team effort. But Jack is covering so much court at the moment. 13-12, Jimenez. And that is enough to seal it. 15-12, Tessa Bruins putting that shot down to the feet of Jess Anderson takes us to a third and final leg in this potentially last match of the fixture. If the Islanders claim the next leg, they will win this fixture 4-2. If Jack Edwards and Jess Anderson of STAK Warriors claim it, we will go to a dream breaker. So as Jimenez takes his final moments to towel down. High five from Tessa Bruins. Pleased with themselves to have converted that. Jess Anderson, Jack Edwards looking a little more lost on court than they did after that first leg. They had a comprehensive control over this one, which feels like it's just slipped slightly, but it is Jack Edwards to serve first. As we wait for Jimenez to get himself finally ready and the referee to call 0-0. We will change at 8. Here we go. Keeping errors at bay is going to be so critical in this final leg. Now, I believe that ball was called out by Jess Anderson. Now, it is the receiving team, as in the team whose side the line is on. It's their call. Jess Anderson saw it out. It was a disguise what we thought was going to be an ATP, instead changed into a cross-court dink. The communication from Adrian Jimenez to Tess Bruins, allowing her to take those shots, granting her with a U, but putting the second one long. Oh, the footwork on display here. Jack Edwards at one point trying to defend another potential ATP that Jimenez decided to sweep cross court again. Jimenez just taking a moment, controlling the pace of this. 3-1, Jess Anderson serving. Everybody caught off pace with that net. So, Tessa Bruins, 2-3. Good redirection from Jack, this time going inside out on that forehand. Catching Tessa, expecting it down the middle. Good drive from Jess Anderson there. Puts them 5-2 up. So close in this third leg, but there is a small gap in favour of the STAK Warriors, who need this to go to a dream breaker. Jack Edwards covering a lot of court there, not getting it over the net. 4-5. Oh, the off-pace speed up. And I'm not sure if he caught it pure, but Jimenez just sliding that one into Jack Edwards. I think it was a shoulder fake that caught him off, and that's closed it up again. So we are 5-all. As you see, the last fixtures finishing around the hall. Good depth from the STAK Warriors. Puts them finally back in the lead and a chance to serve and put some points on their own serve. 6-5. Can they get a run here? Good slice from Tessa Bruins. Not getting enough lift from Jack Edwards to see it over the net. So we are 6-all square in this final leg. That return called out. Just checking with the referee, but it is confirmed. That was seen out. 7-6 now. Adrian Jimenez serving. Lovely switching play from Jack Edwards there. One down the line to Jimenez. The other one cross court to Tessa Bruins. 7-7. Good flick from Edwards there. May have been going long, but it's hard to tell. And Tessa Bruins got a paddle to it. So at 8-7, we change ends and we have a 1-minute timeout. It's the STAK Warriors who are up, but it's only 1 point and it's still somewhat on serve. What will either team do to close this out? It's really going to come down to the fine margins and the execution of their shots here. Jack Edwards not finding the same form that he had in the first leg, but he's still creating a lot of pressure. Jess Anderson staying steady and consistent as ever. Tessa Bruins, Adrian Jimenez. Adrian doing a great work cross court with his dinks. And Tessa Bruins anticipating speed ups, countering and dinking herself as well. This is too close for me to call which way I think this is going to go. Maybe slightly in favour of the Islanders just because of the momentum they had from that previous leg. But I wouldn't put any money on it. It's Jack Edwards to serve at 8-7. Jack Edwards winds up and decides to go for a second drive after he gets a high return from Tessa Bruins. 9-7 now. They've managed to score one on their own serve. This time, looking for the line, Adrian Jimenez puts it wide. Some momentum here for the STAK Warriors to take us to a dream breaker. 10-7, 3-point lead. Lovely work from Jess Anderson to switch that over with a punishing flat dink down to Jimenez. Jess Anderson called that out. Check with the referee, confirms it. I think an element of wishful thinking, and you probably see on the stream that was out. 11-7 now. Smart play by Jack Edwards, but that volley lob landing in, and that was enough to get the serve back to the Islanders. Edwards with a huge run to make up the distance from the baseline on that serve return. Getting there in time to volley it puts them 12-8. Edwards with the anticipation again, reading the patterns of play. A tiny fake down his line and then a sprint over that side has drawn a timeout from the Tapnell Farm Islanders as they are now 8-13 down to the STAK Warriors, who are in a prime position to take us to a dream breaker, which I and the crowd want to see. My voice perhaps doesn't, but at the Pickleball lead here, what a display we're seeing. Jess Anderson with some incredible resets. It's often, as I mentioned earlier, hard to anticipate which balls are coming to you when you've got a partner like that covering so much ground. You've always got to be ready to play it, even if most of the time you don't end up doing so. And that can really upset your rhythm, but she's doing such a good job to stay steady, stay low for those resets, and to be consistent herself. There was a dink that we saw going cross-court into Jimenez that was really punishing, drawing the error down the line. STAK Warriors have the serve at 13-8 as Jimenez takes a final towel down, a refocus, Encouragement from Tessa Bruins as they face a 5-point deficit. They'll want to get the serve back now before it goes to game point. Match point. And by the smallest of margins, Edwards' drop went in play, transitioned in, just not enough to seal this out. 9-13, the serve back to the Islanders. They'll be wanting a run on their serve here. Jimenez to serve. And that drive into the net gives the STAK Warriors 5 match points to take us to a dream breaker. 14-9. Oh, and the switch from the Warriors. And they sealed it out. A moment of confusion there after Jack Edwards' flying attack was responded to brilliantly. But amid the confusion, Jess Anderson found the open court was hers to cover and did it brilliantly, kept the ball consistently in play. And we are going to a dream breaker as we see how this has played out. The men's singles taken by Josh Bright of the STAK Warriors. Then the women's doubles and first mixed doubles going in the direction of the Islanders. Men's doubles in that heated exchange. Close match, 19-17, 16-14 went to STAK. And it's been back and forth since then with the Islanders taking the women's singles. Ellie Tompkinson defeating Ahui Fung 15-13, 19-17. But that glorious 3-set mixed doubles match takes us now to a dream breaker. So if you're unfamiliar with the format, it will go as follows. Each team puts forward 4 players. They can define the order in private from one another, and then they'll submit them. So they may go male-male, female-female. They may mix it up. They won't know what their opponents are doing either. Those 2 lists of players are lined up, and that will be the playing sequence. So we may have man versus man. We may have man versus a woman. They will play then 4 points each of singles and rotate out, and that will continue until one team reaches 21 points, but they must be 2 points clear. So both teams taking a moment to compose and to have their team talks in private. As I'm sure we also gather a referee for this. Just worry for a moment there that most of the players have cleared the playing area. I think everyone is just getting their composure together and also working out their team lineups that they'll be wanting to do privately from one another. It swings and roundabouts if you do end up not aligning to the players you thought you were going to. But I often find that dream breakers are the true test of singles ability, as was demonstrated yesterday in the Challenger division. Players that lost terrifically in their main singles matches then went on to win the dream breaker singles. Looking at you, Tom Caulfield of Surrey Smash. Apologies again. But this is too close to call. In terms of singles, we have 1-1 in the main matches. One went to the STAK Warriors with Josh Bright winning that one. And the other going to the Islanders with Ellie Tompkinson. Now, it will be either Charles Byrne-Rayner or Jack Edwards that will join in the singles for the men on STAK Warriors. And then we have Abby Fung and by the looks of it, Jess Anderson will have to play because STAK's team only has 2 ladies in it today. So I'm being told that off camera and off show court, both these teams in their first fixture of the day didn't come out as the victors. So one of these teams will end today having not won a fixture, and the other will be 1-1. as we wait for the team lineups to be called and to see who it is. It looks to be, given that Gracie Hamilton doesn't seem to be part of the group talk, I don't think she's looking to be playing the singles. I could be wrong. So will it be Tessa Bruins and Ellie Tompkinson for the Islanders? And I would think Tom Turney and then either Dan Wren or Adrian Jimenez as their lineup. All and everything to play for in this Dream Breaker. So we're just waiting for the lineup information still as some of our players get warmed up. As I just await this information coming through of what our lineup is, it's now with us here. So we have Josh Bright will face off against Tom Turney as the first rotation. They will play the first 4 points. Then we have Charles Bowen Rayner will face off against Dan Wren. Abby Fung in a repeat will face off against Eddie Tompkinson, and then Jess Anderson will play against Tessa Bruins. So 2 of these matchups we've seen already. If they go the way that we saw earlier, they're going to be tight. Not much in it in those ones. And then we've got Charles Bowen Rayner and Dan Wren. Another one that's too close to call. I've not seen enough of Charles Bowen Rayner's singles. Dan Wren I've seen a little from Dream Breakers last season. And then Tessa Bruins and Jess Anderson. Tessa I've seen drilling her singles a lot. Jess Anderson I've never seen play singles, but has incredible court coverage when needed. So, a whoop of excitement from Josh Bright as we wait for the referee to get us started in this Dream Breaker. 0-0. Just as we saw earlier, the approach to the net, it's often the shot as they approach that has been the error point. First blood goes to the Islanders. One now. It's third return in the net from Tom Turney. Takes us 2-1. Oh, a lovely exchange back and forth, but in the first 4 points, it's the STAK Warriors that claim 3 out of the 4 available and go 3-1 up. So now, subbed in are Charles Bowen Rayner and Dan Wren. Bowen Rayner will have the serve because STAK won the last point. 3-1. Oh, clean passing shot winner from Charles Bowen Rayner. That's the first point in this configuration. Oh, Dan Wren with an attempted... I couldn't tell if that was behind the back or through the legs, but it was backwards when he played it. Nearly made it over. Incredible get. 5-1 though to the STAK Warriors. Oh, and the angle from Bowen Rayner really caught Dan Wren on the stretch. The off-pace cross-court passing shot. 6-1 now. Oh, an incredible touch from Bowen Rayner. Makes it a clean sweep of all 4 points on that rotation to the STAK Warriors. Now we see Abby Fung face off against Ellie Tompkinson. A tight match they had earlier on, but it went the way of Tompkinson. It is 7-1 to the STAK Warriors. First blood to Tompkinson with a big backhand return. Big backhand drive down the line from Tompkinson. Shrugged off from Abby Fung as she knows there are 2 more points to play in this one. Unfazed, but Eddie Tompkinson is flowing on that backhand. Big shots from Tompkinson. Was that called out? It was called out, so I couldn't see from my angle. That is now 3 of 3 so far for Ellie Tompkinson, helping to close this gap. The Tapnell Farm Islanders. Big drive and a pop-up put away by Ellie Tompkinson. Gives her a clean sweep in return to say what Charles Bowen Rayner did to us, we'll do to you, as she claims all 4. Now, the final rotation before we loop back around to where we started. We have Tessa Bruins facing off against Jess Anderson at 5-7. First blood to Jess Anderson. Tessa Bruins. That's a run of 5 points now for the Islanders. 6-7. That looping forehand goes long from Tessa Bruins, and they've stopped the rock for now with Jess Anderson's consistency drawing an error. 8-6 now. Just found herself the ball too tight to her body. Tessa Bruins puts that drive into the net. 9-6 and 2-1 in this affair between Jess and Tessa. And that levels it out in this format, but it is the Warriors that have the lead after the first full rotation. They are 9-7 up. Back now to Josh Bright and Tom Turney. Last time this went 3-1 in favour of Josh Bright. What can Tom do? Oh, an incredible passing shot from Josh Bright. Sees the gap down the line and punishes it. This time making no mistake with the approach to the net and putting away the volley at the first opportunity. We now change ends at 11-7. The STAK Warriors have the lead. And so far between these two, it has been 5 points in favour of Josh Bright and 1 to Tom Turney. That drive going wide from Josh Bright, so Tom Turney gets his first point on the board in this rotation. 8-11 now. Oh, incredible hands from Tom Turney, who made a late rush into the net to catch Josh Bright off tempo. An incredible hands battle. You don't often see those in singles. Going the favour of Turney is an important point because that puts them 9-12. So, Dan Wren, Charles Byrne Rayner. Last time, all 4 points went to Charles Byrne Rayner. How will it go now? First return of serve and move into the net puts enough pressure on Wren. It's now 12-9. STAK Warriors. That serve return going long takes us to 13-9. Big shot from Byrne Rayner forces the volley to go long. Dan Wren trying to take the net and apply pressure. 14-9. This time, the volley going wide puts the first point for Dan Wren in that rotation. Takes us to 10-14. Now, last time we saw this pairing, Ellie Tompkinson took all 4 points. What can Abby do to prevent the comeback? 10-14. Oh, and there is the first one on the boards. 15-10, that's an important point. Big depth on the shots from Tompkinson as the ball comes to the commentary booth. It's Tompkinson that took control of that rally and has put the point on the board. 11-15. Oh, a huge backhand cross-court pass from Eddie Tompkinson. Goes clean past Abby Fung. Big point coming up here as we're looking at 12-15. Will this be a 2-point gap after this? Good work from Fung, good pressure and a lovely slice volley, keeping the ball low. Good adjustment from Abby Fung there to take that to a 2-2 exchange after a 4-0 last time. So, Tessa Bruins, Jess Anderson previously were 2-2. This time Tessa looking to stay controlled but apply pressure. 13-16. Can she mount a comeback for the Islanders? Oh, a lovely shot down the line. Gets a roar from the crowd. Big work there from Tessa Bruins. Makes this a 2-point game, 14-16. The passing shot just wide. Not by much, but well left. Tessa Bruins, can she close this up to 16-all? So, there's some queries about this call. Now, Tessa called it out. Tom Turney is saying that he actually saw the ball in. Now, it's his team that called it out. So, good sportsmanship from Turney. Will they replay the points? Will it be awarded? We're waiting to see how this goes. So, Sam Anderson, who's been asked to co-referee this Dreambreaker, saying that he sees the ball as in.
Correction. Side out. Point 17.
So, after that confusion, that exchange went 3-1 in favour of Tessa Bruins. And that puts the STAK Warriors 17-15 up. Tom Turney, what can he do to stop Josh Bright from taking this to 21? 17-15 now. Yeah, incredible athleticism on display again from Turney, but not enough to stop Bright. 18-15, a 3-point lead now for the STAK Warriors. And that makes it 19. It's a race to 21. Will we see any other players enter the court, or will Josh Bright be able to see this one out? He has a 4-point lead. Oh, incredible work, but just not enough. Josh Bright occupying that net, and he now has the first match and fixture point at 20-15. Oh, incredible cross-court shot from Tom Turney at a clutch moment. He's pulled out a whipping cross-court forehand just out of the reach of Josh Bright. And he has asked the question of the STAK Warriors, can they close this out? But they will need Dan Wren to win all 4 points against Charles Bowen Rayner. He gets the first.
70-20.
And that drive into the net seals it for the STAK Warriors. The crowd applauds. A battle between these two teams. The Islanders had a 3-2 lead, but that final doubles match, mixed doubles match, going in the favour of the STAK Warriors, and they carried that momentum through to the singles win in the Dreambreaker, and that gives us a 4-3 when you count the Dreambreaker win for STAK Warriors over the Tapnell Farm Islanders. So Tapnell Farm Islanders, that means, will have lost both fixtures today, but some hugely strong performances from them, and a team to watch as one of the big ones this season. But it's STAK Warriors that have got the first blood against them as we see how this one played out. Men's singles going to STAK with Josh Bright. Women's doubles and the first mixed doubles going to the Islanders. STAK responding with the men's doubles. Islanders with the women's singles. Final mixed doubles to STAK. And then, crucially, the Dreambreaker to STAK. Some big performances there, I think. Biggest were Josh Bright's wins and Charles Bowen Rayner, who captured most of the points on their rotations. But that is it for our stream. As you see, things starting to be packed down in the background, and that seals it for our streaming weekend for the first weekend of the Pickleball Premier League Season 4, powered by the Pickleball Store, and our first venue here in Bolton. Our next will be Tunbridge Wells in September. Same format. We will have Challenger and Masters on the Saturday. On the Sunday, we will have the Premier Division, as you've just seen. So these players and others back in action again. If you are in the area, please do look to come along and see it in the flesh. If not, we will be doing the stream once again. But thank you for tuning in and for watching. Thank you for everybody who has helped put this together. To the players for putting their effort and sweat and probably tears into these matches for your entertainment, and to see who will be crowned the winners of the Challenger Division, the Masters Division, and the Premier Division of the 4th season of the Premier Pickleball League, powered by the Pickleball Store. Thank you all for watching. That concludes our broadcast for today. Wishing you the very best of the rest of the weekend, and we will see you in September for our second fixture of the season. Goodbye.